Oh, do not confuse. That's an Iowa State.
Iowa
Cardinal
State.
and gold.
Commissioner Havener, did we make this connection?
Seriously?
Yeah. I'm with you on that
I'm
Iowa
an
thing. We have
84
another staff
graduate.
member. I won't say who it is, who is an Iowa alumni, and yeah, it's just you don't get it mixed up.
I graduated as a Cyclone in 1984.
Ah, okay.
And I was a wrestler.
Oh, really? That's a big deal out there.
Oh.
So we'll root for the Hawkeyes as well, but not as much as. And this weekend is the wrestling championship, which the Cyclones have 9 wrestlers in Detroit.
Well. Sorry for a misstep there.
No worries. It's not a bad thing.
Sounds like Teresa, I've got an odd question real quick. I got our supplemental staff report sent to me from not a Washington County envelope, and it looked not a very good photocopy.
Yeah, so we mailed that out on Friday, and it was done from a staff person's home, since we didn't have someone in the office at that time, since we're still working remotely primarily. So we kind of made the judgment to send it out and have people get it hopefully in time to be able to review it, versus waiting until Monday, and then people probably wouldn't have had it before the meeting. So yeah, that
Just
was
trying to make sure that there wasn't some like white powder in the envelope.
I know there was a concern from Commissioner Dye as well. So that probably won't happen again. It was kind of a judgment call that, yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
Commissioner Wellner, thank you for validating my suspicion.
Okay.
I
was opening it kind of like this.
Yeah, I thought,
and I would offer, as the public safety person, I did the same thing. Held it up to the.
Yeah.
but I was glad to get it when we got it, so that's good.
Yeah.
All right, I believe we have a quorum, so I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting. Good evening, everyone. I'm Deborah Lockwood, Chair of the Washington County Planning Commission. Today is March 16th, 2022, and this evening's meeting of the Planning Commission is called to order. So, Ms. Aguilar, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Bidu is absent tonight. Commissioner Havner?
Present.
Commissioner Milliman? Looks like she's not on yet. Commissioner Petrillo?
Present.
And Commissioner Podar said that she would be joining us around 8 p.m. Commissioner Wellner?
Present.
Commissioner Will?
Present.
Vice Chair Dye?
Present.
Chair Lockwood?
Present.
Okay, 2, 3. It looks like we have 6 present, which we do have a quorum.
Thank you. And Commissioner Milliman may be joining us shortly. I did want to mention that after our last meeting, I talked with staff, and staff consulted with County Council, and we don't need to announce when someone joins the meeting. Staff will take note, but it doesn't have to be announced. I just wanted to let you know that. May we have the director's report, please?
You may. First, I'll mention the land use and transportation offices are back open to the public in person. So in terms of planning and development services, our hours are Monday through Thursday, 8 to 4. So we're open to the public. Masks are not required. Certainly people can wear them if they choose. I do note, and maybe I'm jinxing things, but if my jinx is all that powerful, I should be doing other things. But, hopefully we're heading towards being more normal, as normal was a couple of years ago. So the board hasn't to date sort of announced when they're going to get together again in person. I believe that, could happen sometime over the next couple months. But that'll be an indicator to other commissions and committees in the county in terms of whether there'll be an expectation for the Planning Commission, for example, to start meeting in person. So we think there will still be these hybrid meetings for a while. We're not sure of all the protocols. They're evolving, but just sort of planting a seed that, perhaps later on in spring or early summer, you could anticipate actually meeting in person. And I know a lot of you have probably never even seen each other in person before, so it'll be an event. Tonight we have hearing number 3 on Ordinance 885, the Middle Housing Ordinance. Sort of up to you. We do anticipate you won't get through all your work tonight, but if you do, great. But we have a special meeting on March 30th, a night meeting scheduled. If you don't get through all your work tonight, we anticipate that we'll cancel the first meeting in April on April 6th. Possibly cancel the meeting on the 20th also, but we'll kind of play that by ear as we get closer. With that, we have a sort of a recommended process for tonight we wanted to share. So, Teresa, can you share that slide?
I can. And are you able to see that?
Yeah, so just the next slide. One more. There you go. So, this is your meeting. This is just a recommendation on how to proceed. You can kind of go from there. But so we anticipate giving the staff report, and you certainly have the right to ask any question you want. We would hope that the questions would be oriented around sort of clarifying things to help you decide things later on in the meeting when you start deliberating on issues, as opposed to starting the deliberation as part of the staff report. Then you'll have the public testimony, and then you'll start talking about the issues, and county council is prepared to sort of keep track of the issues that you could end up turning into some sort of motion that amends the ordinance or it recommends amending. So once we get to that point, we kind of have that standard in number 4 here, standard language of sort of how to make those motions for individual amendments on issues. If you don't want sidewalks to be required, or you do want detached duplexes or whatever, those would just kind of go in the blanks there, and we can sort of help you with the language of those. Again, we anticipate that you'll carry on to the next meeting, but again, if you're can resolve all the issues tonight, great. But ultimately, let's say you make 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 motions tonight, but you don't get through all of them. Then at the next meeting, there would be a few more motions, and then there would be one final motion, and that's the number 6 that sort of ties everything together. So again, this is what we're recommending in the process. You kind of follow tonight, but it's your show. So with that, I don't have any other comments, but I can answer questions if you have them.
All right, I'm not seeing any hands up, so thank you. Next on our agenda is oral communications. Has anyone signed up?
No, we don't have anyone signed up tonight, our Chair Lockwood.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so next I'm gonna exercise prerogative as chair and propose a change in the agenda. Since we may have a long evening ahead, I'm thinking of moving item 6, consideration of minutes, up to now, and sort of get that out of the way before we head into the substance of this evening. Are there any objections to that change? Commissioner Wellner.
No objection to the change. I just had a comment on one of the set of minutes. So
Okay. Well, without objection, let's go ahead with that, please. Would you go ahead, Commissioner Wellner? Were you going to, I should say, let's consider February 2nd, 2022 minutes first. Was your comment on that?
That's what I'm trying to find real quick. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry. It was on February 2nd. Under PC Communications, it says that I said some really intelligent things that I didn't say. I think Commissioner Dye actually was talking about Intel having left town and doing what we can as a planning commission to make sure that they don't do that elsewhere in the future.
Is that correct, Commissioner Dye, or Vice Chair Dye?
That is accurate.
Okay.
Thank you. With that change, I guess I would move for adoption of those minutes.
It's been moved that we accept the minutes for February 2nd, 2022 as corrected. Is there a second? Thank you. I meant to do this by unanimous consent, so I'm gonna, can we avoid a roll call, or do we need to just plow ahead with this, Mr. Bobette?
Yeah, the rules for the PC say ought to do a roll call.
Okay, let's go ahead.
At this point, no.
Right, we've plunged in, so let's go ahead.
Commissioner Havner,
Aye.
Commissioner Milliman. She's still not present. Commissioner Petrillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Podar is still not absent, or is absent, sorry. Commissioner Wellner.
Aye.
Commissioner Will.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dye.
Aye.
Chair Lockwood.
Aye.
That's 6 yeses. Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's move on to the minutes for February 16th, 2022. Does anyone have a correction to offer for those minutes? I'm not seeing any, and I don't have any to offer. Is there any objection to adopting the minutes for February 16th, 2022 as submitted?
Move for approval.
Mr. Bovet, if we take that path, do we need another roll call?
Well, you have two paths open, I think, now. Somebody can second the motion. We can do a roll call, or if nobody objects, I think you're done.
Or you can withdraw his motion.
Or you can withdraw the motion. Yeah, actually, three paths left. And if nobody says anything for long enough, Madam Chair, I think that's no objection.
All right. Without objection, minutes for February 16th, 2022 are accepted. All right. Let's move to our next item, which is our staff presentation on Ordinance 885.
Thank you, Chair Lockwood. I'm Ann Kelly, Senior Planner with Community Planning, and I'll be presenting tonight's presentation. This is our third hearing, and we'll be addressing street requirements and some possible ordinance changes for ordinance number 885. Next slide, please. So we'll start out quickly with a recommendation, and then we can talk about that further at the end. But we recommend that you conduct the public hearing tonight, make recommendations on potential changes that we addressed in the staff report and the supplemental staff report, then deliberate and make recommendations on issues that we discussed tonight, and then likely continue the hearing to March 30th unless, as Andy said, we can resolve things tonight. This presentation will first walk through our draft sidewalk and right-of-way requirements, some other street improvements and how the state restricts those, at least restricts us from requiring certain things, then some potential amendments to the filed ordinance, and then we'll talk about the next hearing if we need it. Next slide, please. So sidewalks and right-of-way. Some board members did ask that we address the lack of improvements along various lots and roadways in the county, and at least that we don't worsen the problem by what we do with middle housing. Gaps in existing sidewalks are a big concern of the community that's raised again and again over the years. It's been a hot topic for many years. The state and the county do have longstanding transportation policies that look to achieve a safe, comfortable pedestrian network for people of all abilities and all modes of travel. Of the lots that are eligible for middle housing in the county, a lot of them will already have frontage improvements because they were created by subdivisions at a time when we'd already started requiring frontage improvements. The extent, of course, though, varies by the age of the lot and what we were requiring at the time. But as early as the 1950s, we were requiring public streets, often with curbs, sidewalks, and sometimes sewers and lighting. Later on, there were some pockets of time when we didn't, and then we started again. But regardless of price point, there are some older lots and some entire subdivisions and neighborhoods without improvements. Next slide, please. We've talked about this a bit before, but the state does limit what we can require for middle housing. The standards that we can apply must not discourage middle housing through unreasonable cost or delay. And the state considers those requirements to be quite limited. Those are the ones that are outlined in the rules or the model code. that apply to a single detached dwelling through our code in the same district, or that are less restrictive than these things. Where there's no land division proposed for middle housing, the state limits us to what they define as sufficient infrastructure, and that is just sewer, water, storm drainage. As far as street improvements, it's access via streets meeting emergency vehicle access standards to public roads. And of course, emergency vehicle access standards are not the same thing as what our typical county road standards would require in terms of sidewalks and right-of-way and curbs and half streets, engineering, all of that. They're more about pavement width and load bearing, turn radii, and things like that. If a middle housing land division is proposed, though, the state lets us require a bit more. They do allow us to require right-of-way dedication and some more extensive street improvements, but only along resulting lot frontages. So in terms of requiring streets internally or requiring access and driveways, or even requiring off-site safety improvements or capacity improvements, we appear to be quite limited. Next slide, please. So moving to some comments that we got. The Home Builders Association and Commissioner Wellner did both suggest that our draft sidewalk and right-of-way requirements, that they consider these counter to the intent of HB 2001 to improve housing affordability. And they suggested that as a community need, sidewalks should be paid for and constructed by the community rather than the developer or property owner. And they also found particularly questionable our application of sidewalk and right-of-way requirements to expansion of a single detached home. That is something we don't currently require frontage improvements for, nor do we for one single detached home. Next slide, please. Our draft standards, they do, of course, require sidewalk and right-of-way for a new single detached dwelling, also for a home expansion of over 2,000 square feet, and for middle housing. And we do this in part because, as I noted on a prior slide, we're limited in what we can require for middle housing, and what's not required by the rules leaves us to require pretty much what's required for a single detached home. So if we want to require public improvements for middle housing, we kind of have to rely on what we're requiring for a single detached home in a lot of ways. But that's not the only reason that we're applying the requirement to single detached homes, and I'll talk about that a bit later. So we are planning to require the sidewalk and right-of-way for those home types. We are also allowing exemptions to sidewalk requirements and also to right-of-way requirements, and the right-of-way one would be new. We do recognize that this board decision, whether to require sidewalks and right-of-way, has to balance a lot of somewhat competing issues, all of which are very important. State and community goals, including the intent of House Bill 2001 to reduce barriers to home affordability, established state and county transportation policies that look to create safe, convenient pedestrian systems and patterns and development. The state limits the middle housing statute and rules apply. We have to look to be careful about what we require for a single detached home so that it's not disproportionate to the impacts of the dwelling. And then even with larger middle housing projects, that might have more impacts, we still, since we're linking this to a single detached home, we still couldn't require any more than we could for a single detached home. But overall, the broad intent is to address community and board member concerns through minimum requirements that apply fairly consistently to all housing. Next slide, please. Chair Lockwood, thank you for the comments that you submitted on the different circumstances that potentially could involve, where we might see improvements in neighborhoods through sidewalk requirements versus where we might not. I tried to address that a bit here. You had asked, I think, for some examples of sidewalk gaps. These two examples, the one at the top, figure A, that one is in the Metzger area, and I don't know how large your screens are, of course, but hopefully you can see. But there's quite a bit of newer sidewalk that's been added, and there are also lots that are lacking sidewalk, even along Southwest 74th Avenue. But it's kind of half and half in terms of sidewalks or lack of sidewalks. Figure B below that is Cedar Hills, and it's quite close to Nike. It's near a school. It's near pedestrian destinations and shopping and services, but almost no sidewalks at all. So when we're thinking about where the sidewalk and right-of-way requirements might be quite helpful and where they wouldn't necessarily meet exemption requirements, figure A demonstrates where those new linkages could be helpful to complete the sidewalk system, get people off the roads, help change the current circumstances where people are walking on and off the roadway. Figure B, though, there is no sidewalk nearby. This would represent the situation you brought up, Commissioner Lockwood, where we would maybe see a strip of sidewalk and nothing else in the vicinity to link it to. Our exemption criteria do allow for exemption when there's no sidewalk within a certain distance, and also when there are topographical constraints. But they also require a bit of exploration to see whether nearby lots could further divide a certain percentage of them. And if they could further divide or further develop, we might still not allow the exemption, because little by little, all of those lots could come in, and incrementally we would see sidewalk connections with the redevelopment. But where there's not redevelopment potential, or not very much of it, these are very likely to see exemption approvals. But we have been talking about potential for a future fee in lieu program, and I think figure B probably illustrates an area where that would be quite helpful to see fee in lieu monies going towards some kind of a fund that could help out with areas like this.
I ask a question about exemption. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Does getting an exemption mean a higher type review, moving from type 1 to type 2, or? We've added a type 1 that is when the lot was created by a prior land division, like a partition or subdivision, and that land use approval did not require sidewalk for the property, then they just aren't required to provide it. It's already been decided as part of that prior land use decision. So that's a type 1. But there are then type 2 existing exemption allowances in the code, which we've modified only slightly. And those
are a bit higher level because there's a bit of proof needed that there's either a topographical constraint or very little redevelopment potential, or not many sidewalks nearby, a combination of things that would take a little bit more consideration.
Okay, thank you. I see a couple other hands up. Commissioner Wellner.
I'm just curious, Ann, how often are those exemptions requested and how often are they granted? I knew that there was an exemption, but I don't think I've ever asked for one. I know I've never been granted one.
I'll do my best on this one. I haven't worked in current planning since 2013, but I did over 800 applications when I did work there. And I think I approved 2 of those. I got 2 requests and approved 2. And one of the reasons I knew about some of these areas was because of the tendency to get requests in certain areas.
Thank you.
Commissioner Will.
Thank you, Chair Lockwood. I have a question related to the permit type for exemption requests. If you're applying for a middle housing application and you decide under this current scenario and decide to apply for an exemption request, is there an additional fee for the exemption request, or is that just part of your application fee?
We haven't worked out the fees yet with current planning. That's usually something that occurs more toward the end of the cycle. There are some cases in the current planning fee schedule where certain actions are just wrapped into an application under one fee, and there are others where they're distinctly different, though they can be processed at the same time. So I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else?
I don't see any others, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Shall we move to the next slide? Okay, so funding. The Comprehensive Framework Plan, Policy 14, which addresses managing growth in our urban areas, considers sidewalks an essential transportation requirement. And it does require that the applicant bear the cost of the required transportation improvements unless the board authorizes otherwise, either the applicant or those benefiting from the improvements. The typical county transportation improvement funding strategy or, approach, I guess, is for major system safety and capacity deficiencies to be addressed by property taxes. Maintenance of the system is through gas taxes and user fees. And keeping up with growth is basically through our transportation development tax, which applies to all development, and conditions of development approvals. We do think that requiring the sidewalk and right-of-way requirements for the affected housing types is consistent with this practice or these practices. But we are also, as I mentioned earlier, looking at potential for a fee in lieu for sidewalks. And the PC could certainly recommend to the board that a program like that be developed. Chair Lockwood raised another question that's related as to whether sidewalks benefit the property or the community more. And, I don't really think that there's an answer to that question. It's more of a rhetorical question, but it's probably true for most of us that it's both. So the fee in lieu would probably be a good cost sharing strategy that would make sense. Whether you as a commission want to recommend that to the board, I don't know. We're not sure what the board level of support is on that yet, but we will be looking to find out. Next slide, please. Other street improvements. Now we're looking at what appear to be some conflicts between the state middle housing bills and rules as compared to the state transportation planning rule, which has been around for much longer, particularly related to street connectivity and that goal for convenient access and circulation, which we do right now implement through our CDC. When a middle housing land division is proposed, sidewalk and right-of-way and the state's sufficient infrastructure requirements would still apply, just like they do to middle housing on one lot. But if internal streets are proposed as part of a middle housing land division, the state allows us to require a bit more along the frontages of those resulting lots. And so that's somewhat limited. So, for example, we could require half streets, it appears, along the frontages of lots inside this middle housing subdivision where internal streets are proposed. But Senate Bill 458 also prohibits, or appears to prohibit, requirement of access and driveways. So if an applicant does not propose those internal streets, it looks like state law precludes us from actually requiring through street connections to off-site properties, pedestrian and bike connections through them, and even off-site safety and capacity improvements where development impacts might currently warrant them and we'd require them. So those are some issues that a number of jurisdictions are struggling with. Really, there is no clear answer. It's a matter of risk and sorting out interpretations. And so we were all sort of struggling with it, but we may be looking to this state to try to clarify some things in the future. So the current CDC, next slide, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. Current CDC requirements that are consistent with the state's transportation planning rule and Metro's urban growth management functional plan are implemented through our CDC sections 408 and 501. 408 is all about circulation, reducing large block sizes, making things walkable and accessible without making people go out of direction to nearby destinations. They usually require public streets, through streets. They don't allow cul-de-sacs or dead ends. They limit block lengths and perimeters, and they do also require off-site safety and capacity improvements. There's a couple of diagrams here, or graphics. On the top, you'll see how there would be many ways a person could get from, say, the bottom left corner through this site to that school at the top right. On the bottom one, there's no direct route or destination from there. Somebody couldn't cut through in any way, so they'd have to go out and around in every case. So our main concern is the inability to apply connectivity requirements with, mostly the concern is about large townhouse projects. Could be also large cottage cluster developments. We're not requiring these things in the draft standards now. But if a defensible alternative is found, it could be that we recommend engrossment to apply them. Or it could be that the state would first have to make some changes at their level before local jurisdictions could require these things. Next slide, please. Now we'll move on, I guess, and talk about some of the things that were raised by various people who submitted comments and some of the things we talked about in a prior meeting. So we thought we'd start with the ones that we clearly support. And these are addressed in the information that you received. These would be, the first ones we'll look at would be from table 1 of the staff report. I believe Commissioner Wellner had suggested a change to, was it you, Commissioner Wellner, who suggested the reduction to street side yards across the board for middle housing so that all of them just have to provide 8 feet. This is the case in many of our districts already. It's just a few districts require, or a couple of districts require 10 feet, so it's not a big change. And we're happy to make that change as part of the engrossment. Commissioner Wellner also had a good idea to shorten the language in our parking standards so that we're not calling out each type of middle housing in terms of the requirement for 1 space per unit, but we're just consolidating it to 1 space per middle housing unit, and I think that's wonderful. We're happy to change the minimum lot frontage for townhomes to 15 feet. 20 was the maximum allowed under the rules, and 15 is what model code provides. We are planning to clarify the window requirement for street-facing facades to make it very clear that it means the entire street-facing facade. It's not per unit, unless, of course, the units are detached. We did look into reducing the window requirements as well, the glazing requirements. And this is somewhat consistent with Wilsonville, though not as detailed. We are just flat reducing window requirements from 15% to 12.5% for the fronts of 1-story structures, and changing them to 5% for the street sides of all middle housing types. We're also happy to add the type 3 process that Commissioner Wellner suggested that would allow an applicant to propose alternatives to the garage width standards for plexes, triplex and quadplexes. And
excuse me, I see Commissioner Wellner's hand is up.
Thank you. Commissioner Wellner?
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Anne, on number 4, and I don't have the actual language. I'd have to do some digging to go back and find out where my note was. But the clarification regarding the street-facing facade meeting the entire facade had two different concerns. One, meaning that it's the entire facade of the structure, but 2, that it was unclear to me that if you had differentiation in the facade, like if a part of the facade was a few feet in front of another part of the facade, that percentage wouldn't apply on its own to that one portion of it. And I don't remember what the terminology was, but if you don't mind,
I understood that. Yeah, and that was a good call that you made. I think it was the use of the turn wall that maybe made it look like that could be possible, that we were requiring it on each wall if one was set back from the other.
Okay, so any engrossment would address that.
What was that?
An engrossment would address that concern.
Yeah, we're planning to clarify that it's the entire portion of the building facing a certain direction.
Okay, thank you.
And then, let's see, there was also a request that we clarify the 50% limit for garages, flex garages on corner lots, that it's not 50% of the combined total, or at least there was a request that we clarify, and our intent is that it be 50% of each individual frontage if you're on a corner. So that's how we would propose to clarify. There was also some discussion that Commissioner Will brought up about simplifying accessory dwelling unit retention. And we had made some efforts to do that beyond model code, but we thought about it further. And Teresa came up with what I think is a wonderful idea, just to exclude accessory dwelling units and single detached homes from the unit cap for Plex sites, which would make it much easier to retain them on a middle housing site. If the applicant still wants them to be considered as an accessory dwelling unit or a single detached dwelling and not some form of middle housing, though, they would run into troubles in terms of land divisions, not because of our standards, but because of Senate Bill 458, since those things are not considered middle housing. Shall we move on? Or were there more questions?
Yeah, I'm not seeing any.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Havener. You're muted.
That was really great information. Sorry. So one of the things that I have is consideration for residential sprinkler systems. And as you might have had experience in the Villebois area, density could increase, limitations could decrease with the inclusion of residential sprinkler systems. Any thought to that?
We have talked with both our building division and with Steve Forrester of Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. Do you know him? So we're aware of how that can decrease the requirements for emergency access in terms of road requirements. This is part of the problem, I guess, in the standards that we can apply, because the street improvement requirements, when there's not a land division, largely rely on what the what adopted fire requirements would call for. And so that would be Oregon Fire Code. And part of demonstrating sufficient infrastructure then would be showing that the application will meet Oregon Fire Code. And Steve Forster was explaining that under current law, I believe it's law, if something doesn't meet Oregon Fire Code, it can be kicked back to the building division, and the building division can say put in sprinklers and so forth, and then you can reduce such and such. I'm not sure whether that would still meet Oregon Fire Code. These are things we're still looking at. Did you have a particular question about the sprinkler issue?
Well, I believe that there's advantages that could be had by reduced setbacks, construction details, and so would it be included in if you had fire sprinkler systems as part of the development package, like in Charbonneau. So in that case, you have a higher density, reduced setbacks, etc., and that creates an efficiency, maybe in both dollars per square foot and safety per square foot.
Interesting. Okay, taking notes. Thank you so much. So shall we move on to the next slide?
Yes, please.
Thank you. There's also this ongoing discussion of detached plexes. I think here we're moving on to things that we still have. We can't as easily support at this time as the things that we just discussed. We definitely are not opposed to detached plexes. They can offer several benefits. Some jurisdictions note that they can help retain existing buildings of mature trees. They can certainly provide an alternative if they're modest in size for first-time buyers and people who are downsizing. It's quite similar to a single detached home, but maybe smaller scale, potentially more affordable. But we do have some concerns, and we don't know whether they're real concerns or what will happen. But Commissioner Wellner and our Eco Northwest study last year both pointed out that as a housing type that's similar to a single detached dwelling, which most builders in our area do focus on today, are familiar with, that the detached plex, being so similar to that, could likely be the dominant form of middle housing that we see, something that builders are comfortable with, and maybe even the only thing they'd want to build. So while allowance of detached plexes might encourage middle housing in numbers, our Eco Northwest study suggested, and many jurisdictions are concerned, that if it is the dominant housing form, it might potentially limit what we see as to other middle housing types, and getting that mix that that we hope to see and that the state intended, housing that's diverse in both form and cost. And the reason it's a concern is that, developable land is not a finite resource in Washington County, especially infill areas within neighborhoods. Once those are developed, there won't be a lot of room to accommodate other types of middle housing if all we're getting is single detached plexes. If that begins to happen too, we don't really have the ability in Oregon to very easily retract an allowance like this, because Measure 49, which was passed by the vote, allows property owners compensation when they lose value due to land use regulations. So if they can prove that we're taking away a right that actually devalues their property, then this puts the county and other jurisdictions at financial risk. And so it's not something that jurisdictions really like to do. It's worth thinking about what our policy objectives are, what your policy objectives are. Does the Planning Commission, is the idea of just numbers of middle housing enough, or is taking some precautions to try and get a wider range of housing types and some more diverse pricing more important? So we certainly want to hear from you, but as staff, we do recommend waiting to see what happens in jurisdictions that are going to allow detached plexes up front. It's possible they will see, a fine mix of housing right from the start, but it's possible they won't. And if they do, we would go back and propose to allow detached plexes, because they are a worthwhile alternative if the mix can be somewhat balanced.
So I see a hand up. So I think Commissioner Wellner has a question.
And I think in our last meeting, there was not a straw poll, but head nods amongst the planning commissioners to ask staff to go back and generate some code language in order to allow for detached plexes. What's the status of that work?
We haven't worked on the language for that yet. I think maybe if the direction is still toward that end, we could look at that for potentially the 30th. What are you thinking, Teresa?
I'll just note that we did at the end of the supplemental staff report, we did note that at the very least, changes would be needed to the definitions section to state that the units could be in any configuration. We need to modify the graphics in the code to show detached units, and those are available from the model code. And then there could be some other changes to the design sections. Some of the design elements might change a little bit if you have detached versus attached units. So those are the things at this point that we're thinking would need to change. There may be some other related sections, so we'd have to look, comb through quite closely, but those are the kinds of things we were noting needed to change.
So is your plan to bring language to the, how did you take the direction from the last meeting, I guess? How was that going to be addressed, or was it just not going to be addressed?
I think we weren't seeing that there was specific direction yet, so that's why we brought it back once we do the hearing, we'll be asking the Planning Commission to start to do maybe votes on each of these items. So probably that full list on the last slide, we were thinking maybe could be taken all as one since staff was in agreement. And then with these other items that we might go item by item and have the Planning Commission then do a vote. If the Planning Commission voted, yes, we want to recommend to the board that you do this, then we would develop the language and take that to the board as the Planning Commission's recommendation. So I guess that's yeah.
That request was made. I know it was, but that's fine. I mean, we can go through a more formal conversation about it.
Okay, were there any more comments or questions?
Not seeing any, so please continue.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Chair Lockwood, my hand was up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Go ahead, Vice Chair Dine.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a little bit of liberty since I may be unavailable to participate on the 30th, but I guess I was concerned that there wasn't more of an attempt to maybe bring us some kind of language that we could entertain, because there was a number of people that did indicate that detached housing was something that they saw an interest in supporting. And I do fall into that camp of people that do support this. And, some of the reasons I have behind it is me being in the mediator community. And I think that, some of the considerations we talk about when we're looking at middle housing and housing in general is also quality of life. And so, we have to take into account sometimes that the tensions that are created with shared wall situations, and anything that we can do to somewhat avoid, having people, compromise themselves into living situations that may not be ideal for their own peace of mind, quality of life, sanity, or what have you, to kind of, put them in situations where they're not only, living in smaller units, but now living in shared wall units, feeling somewhat as if they are not in an ideal living situation. There's a piece of, the philosophy where you're, when you're moving up in terms of your housing, you're moving from an apartment to a townhouse, to a single family home, and it's that aspiration of having no shared wall, that makes you feel like you've quote unquote made it, and that you've arrived and you've done something, and there's a good feeling behind it. It makes it aspirational. But as I was saying with the mediator pieces, you see a lot of neighbor to neighbor conflicts that happen with the shared wall, be it scents and smells and noises and vermin and other things that happen when you're sharing basically a living space with another person just separated by a wall. And I feel like there's ways that we can cater to having a denser living situation without making people feel like they're living on top of each other. And there's a fine line to do that. And I think that detached middle housing, can achieve that, to where there's somewhat of a break in that, apartment to condo to townhouse to maybe detached middle housing to single family housing, where there is that ladder up that people can feel like they're reaching. So I just wanted to kind of pose that that perspective as we looked at some of the more reasons about why I think that including detached plexus is important.
Ms. Kelly, why don't you go ahead?
So I guess if we could move forward, I think we're a couple of slides beyond this one, maybe just beyond this one. Thank you. So we're still on this issue, I suppose. Commissioner or Chair Lockwood, you had raised the question about whether we could require maximum lot sizes for detached plexus as well. And that was something that was raised as a possibility in the Eco Northwest study that we did, but many jurisdictions feel that there's risk to that, treating a detached plex in a different way than an attached one. There isn't really anything in the state language that would clearly allow for that. So moving on, there was another request that we redefine a common wall. There were two requests actually. One is to specify it as a 10-foot shared portion. The other is just a structural connection. And we don't support these requests. The 25%, though it might seem we may not have a lot of reasoning as to why it's 25%. It is vetted by the state in model code. It's half of what we required before, half of what we're requiring now for attached housing, so we've made it smaller already. 10 feet could be seen as arbitrary, and specifying something in feet might be difficult for units that are smaller. We also talked with the building division, and they said that a structural connection is kind of difficult in terms of a specification. It's not a common wall necessarily. It's also not a clear and objective standard, and we have to have clear and objective standards for housing by state law. And our building staff noted that whatever it is that is connecting the building, whether it's a beam or a 2x4 or what have you, it and the walls or elements that it connects would all have to be fire rated. So it's not necessarily, there's not necessarily an apparent benefit to changing the common wall connection for that. Are there any questions about that? No? Next slide, please. Thank you. Another request was that we delete the triplex and quadplex combined garage and parking width standard that we've proposed. That's for model code. It limits it to 50% of the lot frontage or the parent lot frontage. Or that we just remove all related requirements related to garages and driveways and parking widths and so forth. We don't support this. The limits on garage widths do help to preserve on-street parking. They create space between driveways on the street. They create more pedestrian-friendly sidewalks because there's less interruption by driveways, which is particularly important for people in wheelchairs. And they just create the fact that garages are not dominating the frontage is also a way to ensure that the street frontage is more pedestrian-friendly. Having an active pedestrian environment is also a safety bonus when there are more eyes on the street. So while we don't totally support that, we do suggest that the 50% limit could be changed to not the garage width, but the garage door width, and then also the parking areas. So we are offering that change. And then, Commissioner Wellner, did you have any question?
Couple things. One, a clarification. So, and I saw it in the staff report, but I didn't go back and look. So the 50% frontage requirement does not apply to duplexes.
Model code applies it to triplexes and quadplexes, and that's what we did.
But so it does not apply to duplexes.
No, just the standards that apply to a single detached dwelling in section 430-37 would apply.
So so facade requirements would apply then if you were on a public street or a through street.
Are you talking about the pedestrian-friendly facade treatments in R9 and up when you're near transit?
I guess what is the garage requirement for a duplex?
No, none of those facade standards from that are required in certain districts when you're near transit. We're not requiring those for middle housing. The ones that would apply are in 430-37, and they have always applied to a single detached dwelling. A lot of people are not familiar with them, but they give a series of options about different material choices or window treatments. Let's see.
I guess I'm unclear. What is so I understand a combined parking width, like if it's driveway areas, what would be combined garage parking? That's all the garage doors across the facade of a building?
The standard right now relates to like off-street parking width along the street frontage and garage width. So as far as the garage part, we could make that relate to garage doors, and then the off-street parking driveway portion would be the same.
Okay. And the garage door is the way the code applies the facade standards anyways.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
And so would the type 3 process that we talked about to allowing a wider garage facade also apply to this requirement that we're talking about?
Yes.
So even though you're opposed to deleting the 50% frontage, 50% of frontage allowance or limitation, you aren't opposed to offering a type 3 process that allows for a wider garage door width.
No, and because of the reasons that we just discussed, pedestrian safety, the on-street parking protection, all of that, we wouldn't want to see it be the norm, but we can see the benefit of having an alternative process in some cases. For some cases.
And to point out, that is number 6 on table 1, the type 3 process.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I was confused by the fact that this one, there was an agreement here, but there was a different solution somewhere else, which is good.
Okay. Commissioner Will.
Thank you, Chair Lockwood. I have a question about we talked about townhouse type middle housing, narrow lots, 20 feet or 15 feet if we should move that it be engrossed to reduce it to 15 feet. Can you clarify whether those townhouses are allowed to have parking in the front off the public street?
Yes, they are.
So, if the minimum lot width is 15 feet, and the garage door is what staff suggests, change the limit to limit the garage door width. The sentence sort of ends there. It doesn't say, change the limit to the garage door width to equal 50% of the frontage. But so you would limit the garage door width to be 7.5 feet in the case of a 15-foot wide townhome?
It wouldn't be on a townhome lot by lot basis. It would be related to the parent lot, the 50%.
But this also doesn't apply to townhouses, so this is specific, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, just to triplex and quadplex. So the townhouses don't have the same limit.
No, they don't. Thank you, Teresa.
But if you designed your structure on a parent lot to look like a townhouse, but they were just plexes, and each dwelling unit was 15 feet wide, so you had 3 15-foot wide dwelling units, so the entire structure was 45 feet wide, and with 2 5-foot side setbacks, it's 55 feet wide. How do you apportion the half of 55, which is 27.5, right? How do you apportion the 27.5 max driveway width, which is 50% of the parent lot, to each of the 3 dwelling units? You divide that by 3, and each one is a third of 27.5?
This would be up to the applicant to propose their design, as long as it doesn't exceed the 50% in terms of the doors, adding up the door widths in comparison to the parent lot frontage, not the individual lots if it's divided, if this is a flex.
Commissioner Wellner?
Seems confusing.
Yeah. Commissioner Wellner.
Well, Commissioner Will raises a good point with skinnier product. I mean, a typical single-car garage door is 8 feet wide minimum. So, I mean, anything less than 16 feet would then not work. But my second, I guess the second part of this is can you describe the process? I think I know how to go build a triplex or a duplex on a single lot. And I know what a typical process is for building a townhome, which would be a type 2 process that I have to go through and get entitlement or land use approval for, and then subsequently plat it. How do you do a townhome middle housing product without that extra layer of process? Because ultimately the townhome's on its own lot to start, right? Each unit is on its own lot.
Yes, the townhouses will have to be on their own lots, but the middle housing land division does allow a preliminary plat and a final plat. So
correct, but townhouses were allowed before 458 was adopted. Townhouses were part of 2001.
True.
So how do you create those townhouse lots as an outright allowed use? I feel like it's a stupid question, but I'm still confused.
Yeah, they are being treated as middle housing land division eligible units. So the presumption is that they'd go through the middle housing land division, even though it came after.
But I think that prior to the Senate Bill 458, the townhouse would have had to have gone through a standard land division process, because that's the division of the definition of a townhouse is that they're on separate lots. But a lot of this kind of we end up doing sort of mental gymnastics with a lot of these things because it's quite different from how we've thought about it before. And I know some jurisdictions are thinking, well, you can't do a middle housing land division because you have to have. It's been a topic of discussion with the state and with other jurisdictions. How does this really work with townhouses and with the middle housing land division?
Yeah, how is a townhome outright allowed use if you have to go through a land division to create it?
Yeah.
And I think correct me if I'm wrong, it if the intent is to have 4 separate fee simple things that you can sell, whether you'd go into it saying, well, I'm just going to create 4 townhomes that in a previous world may have looked like, a quadplex, but I don't think you would approach it as a quad if the intent was ultimately to divide it. But you're raising, just part of the Senate Bill 4058 brings in all sorts of new questions and quandaries of, well, that doesn't make sense, or that's redundant, or whatever that we're struggling with too. So it's sort of like, well, you could have either path, I think, and whatever makes sense for the developer.
Yeah.
Well, I'll stay out of that rabbit hole. I do think that that Commissioner Will raised a good point. That if you're this doesn't necessarily apply to townhomes because it just applies to triplexes and quadplexes, but a quadplex is the same thing as a townhome, just without lots underneath it. If you're going to build a quadplex and you have the potential of building something that's a 15-foot wide product, you'd have to have a very small car to park in a garage door, to be able to drive into a garage with a garage door width less than 8 feet. So that 50% limitation is problematic, and I don't know that kind of project should be forced to go through a Type 3 process. I mean, I personally think that the garage facade requirements again were created during an era when the type of homes that were being built, when the quality of homes being built wasn't near what's being built today. And that it's just an archaic requirement that's really not even necessary. But that's my 2 cents. And this isn't really the time to be given. So thank you.
I just wanted to refer you all back to the draft standards because they do include diagrams for all of the garage issues, and those do come from model code.
Commissioner Will has his hand up.
Okay, Commissioner Will?
Thank you, Chair Lockwood. I have a question for staff. Has this process ever been thought of as more of a proportion of the dwelling instead of 50% of the lot frontage? So if a plex dwelling or a townhouse, building that's built as a plex and they don't divide it, if each dwelling unit has the garage as a relationship to the dwelling unit, because if you have a 15-foot wide dwelling unit, you're probably going to want to have 10 of that feet in a garage door, or 8, or so something like no more than 2/3 of the dwelling unit's width can be in a garage door or something.
Mm-hmm. So it's actually for townhouses, it's a 12-foot wide maximum, and that's from model code.
And I'm a little worried that I think we're kind of maybe veering into deliberations. We were hoping to keep these questions as maybe more clarifying questions.
So the answer to my question was no. I appreciate that concern. Yes, thanks.
Alrighty. So I guess moving along, there was another request shown here that we not count any garage space toward cottage size. The model code requires an average cottage size, maximum of 1,400 square feet. It figures in a number of things that we are not figuring into that average, which allows the units to be really bigger than 1,400 square feet. We did try to set that up as a reasonable alternative to detached flexes. The state limits the size of cottages partly to ensure that they do provide a real alternative to other typical detached housing. And the state does provide or does prioritize the living space over garages with middle housing. So we don't support reducing or adding more exclusions than we've already allowed for cottage units in terms of their size. Another change requested on the next page, please, was that we change the minimum lot sizes for townhouses to vary with different districts, like Beaverton is doing. And to an extent, we support the idea, but a little bit differently. We do have several districts where the current lot size for attached units is smaller than the minimum we're requiring for middle housing units that are quite similar. So we do support lowering the minimum lot size in those districts. I believe it would be R24, R25 plus, and one of the transit-oriented districts where we would be reducing the lot size to be the same as what's required right now for attached housing. There was also a request to change the accessory dwelling unit definition and allow each plex unit and townhouse unit to have an ADU. We don't support this as part of the current ordinance. ADUs and single detached dwellings are not middle housing under the state regulations, and this is our middle housing ordinance. We do address ADUs to an extent, and that is really primarily just to facilitate their retention. It's not really clear in model code how they can be retained beyond the circumstance of a duplex. So we wanted to be able to offer a path to retain them more fully with the different housing types. And we talked about a different change earlier that would make it even more easy to retain them. So beyond that, there was a request that we revisit our infill standards, which apply to just the R5 and R6 district on development of sites that are smaller than 2 acres. Those are primarily about creating privacy for surrounding homes. And those aren't really, we're not making middle housing subject to those standards, and those aren't really germane to this ordinance, but they are certainly something that we could look at in the future. Next slide, please. So I'm not sure now if we want to talk about the various issues now, or first talk about the future hearing. What do you think?
Well, if there aren't any questions, clarifying questions, I think I'm thinking we maybe want to take a break since we're close to 90 minutes, and then open the public hearing after that.
Okay.
I would certainly recommend you have the public hearing before you start deliberating about the issues.
Right. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to propose that we have a 5-minute break. Is there any objection? All right. See you in 5 minutes.
Susan, what slide were we on? Just check.
That's a good question, Chuck.
Chuck, I think we were done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the last slide.
Thanks, Teresa.
Oh, 5 minutes isn't long enough.
Right, it was a mad dash, wasn't it? All right. May we have the roll call, please?
Sure. Commissioner Havner, Commissioner Milliman,
Present.
Commissioner Petrillo,
Present.
Commissioner Podar. Looks like she's still not with us. Commissioner Wellner,
Present.
Commissioner Will,
Present.
Vice Chair Dye,
Present.
Chair Lockwood.
Present. All right. Go ahead. Were you going to announce that we're...
Yes, we have 7 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. I believe we have some people signed up.
Yes, that's correct. We have 2. We have Brian McKinster and Shane Boland.
All right. Mr. McKinster, would you go ahead, please? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ryan McKinster. I'm with the Home Builders Association of Metropolitan Portland. You've already heard and seen my letter with some of our concerns, so I'll try to keep this brief. First of all, I want to say thank you to staff, as well as this commission, all the work you've done. There's been multiple items that we raised as concerns that you have already addressed, and staff has done a very good job of going about addressing that, and I thank all of you for your work, as well as staff. 2 things I want to point out. We still have their concern regarding the sidewalk requirement. And it reminds me of a quote. It seems that, we're so preoccupied thinking of whether we could require this sidewalk for these lots and not whether we should. We are in a housing crisis. And it seems that the conversation over and over again is based on a paradigm of decisions and things that we want that are very well and needed and good. But it seems to ignore the fact that we're in a housing crisis, and that should probably be the first priority, with these other very important priorities coming second. Secondarily, I want to highlight the other issue. We do support, if possible, a move to allow for detached plexes. I was a little baffled by some of the comments that were made by staff regarding the concern that many houses would get built as detached, or properties developed as detached units, and that might harm a mix of product type. And I understand maybe aesthetically and some concern there. Or maybe there is a belief I've heard stated multiple times, and not just in this meeting, in other jurisdictions as well, about the fact that HB 2001 is to address housing costs. And one of that is true. It's to put more units on a lot to disperse that high cost, which is the actual land value. However, small changes in development costs, whether it's on units, whether it's through production style, product, materials, or a shared wall, has zero value until we address the vast discrepancy between the number of units we need, the supply, and the demand. Until you do address that issue, nothing else you do will matter when we're dealing with this housing crisis. And so I really hope you consider detached housing as an added allowable use under your work here tonight, because that is what the market desires. There will be duplexes and triplexes, but I believe the market also desires those units. And unless we get units produced that the market desires, HB 2001 is just words on paper, and we'll still be in a housing crisis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinster. And we had another person, too? Mr. Boland?
Yes.
Hi there. My name's Shane Boland. I work in development and construction for a company owned Gabbard LLC, and we focus on infill housing in particular. So I want to be here to advocate for detached plexes. There's been a couple of points that I want to echo. The flexibility allows us to do more creative work. It allows us to preserve old growth trees. It allows us to be responsive to neighbors and make sure that we don't have aligned windows and other things like this. But mostly, it allows us to preserve existing houses and add density to lots that already have structures. In Portland, this is not how it came out. It's caused a lot of issues, and it's a really exciting opportunity to create the ability to preserve housing while adding density to those lots. From my perspective as a builder and developer, if you can preserve the existing house, it effectively drives down the land basis, and building detached homes on a lot where you can drive down the land basis by reselling the house instead of demolishing it lets us spread those costs across units and lets us drive down the price of those individual homes. When I am doing performance and studies, I'm able to get to the cheapest price units when I can save an existing house and build detached structures around that house. So from an affordability perspective, I think it really enables an interesting type of development. I think it preserves existing houses and creates a dynamic where neighborhood character is remaining intact. And I think maybe most importantly is it dramatically increases the number of lots on which density and affordability are tenable. If you have to demolish the structure and build your standard fourplex, you're only going to be looking at lots where you can buy them at a certain price point. If you can add density around existing homes, you can all of a sudden open up this much wider swath of land which you can add affordable density to. So that's my 2 cents, and it would be a really exciting opportunity to create this new development typology of building interesting, affordable housing around existing structures, and I think would do a really interesting job of distinguishing Washington County from Portland and attract a new variety of builders and developers in the area that could bring affordable housing. So, thank you.
Thank you. And then I wanted to ask also, is there anyone who's listening tonight who did not sign up but who would like to testify? If you are there, please raise your virtual hand and you can testify tonight. Commissioner Petillo, I see your hand is up. Okay.
I'm sorry, that was a mistake. I lowered it.
Okay. Commissioner Podar.
Thank you, very helpful. Just wanted to say that I arrived right now at 8:05 p.m. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. So Ms. Aguilar, there's no one else who it looks like is coming forward. Yeah. All right, then I'd like to close the public hearing. And that means we can move on to deliberation. Before we get started, I wanted to check in with people as far as how long we want or we're available tonight and what we kind of see as a target time to be concluding tonight's meeting. I think the last long meeting we had, we stopped at 10.
I would prefer not going over at 10 o'clock.
Right.
At minimum.
Right. Hope to stop earlier than that, maybe.
But I don't know if that's possible.
I just want to advocate on behalf of myself and possibly another commissioner who has stated that they won't be available next week, is that I would love to be a part of making, decisions as a part of this, having been involved with this the entirety of the discussion, and I hate for something to happen next at the next session that I can't be here and another commissioner as well. So I'm hoping that we can, maybe power through as much as we possibly can and maybe accomplish this evening. And for those of you who can stay till 10 o'clock, I'm hoping that you can stick into this, because I certainly would appreciate the effort to be able to contribute to this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's good to hear from at least my perspective.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to try to address as much as we can tonight, with the idea that we'll conclude at 10. So I was going to call attention to slide 11. If that could that go back up on the screen?
Chuck, can we get the presentation back up?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'll have it up for you.
Chair Lockwood, while they're doing that, could I ask a question that's a precursor? Oh, there we go. Never mind.
So slide 11, please.
Mr. Petrillo, do you want your hand still up?
Yes, because I wanted to be recognized after Chair Lockwood's finished.
Okay. I was going to call attention to this slide because this list may represent items that we have consensus on and could move on pretty quickly. So what's your comment, Commissioner Petrillo?
No, please continue. It's not related to what you're talking about. I think you're setting the stage. That's great. Right.
Just a procedural around, maybe we can go ahead with this. So that's my thought. That go ahead, Commissioner Wellner.
Because I think this is also kind of the low-hanging fruit. Unless somebody would object, that I would make a motion on these specific items, 1 through 8, which are also outlined in attachment A of this meeting staff report, table 1, that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we engross Ordinance 885 by making these adjustments.
I'll second that motion. Commissioner,
we need to hear from...
we have a hand up from Commissioner Milliman, and we also have Mr. Bovet. So maybe we'll check in first with Mr. Bovet, please.
Just a point of clarification, just so that all the commissioners are aware. Robert's Rules of Order does allow for the combining of this type of motion and have all 8 items. However, and this caveat that you all need to be aware of, each and every one of you has an absolute right under Robert's Rules of Order to pull any of these 8 items out for a separate vote. And it's a matter of right. It's not a debatable request. So I just want you all to know, if any of you want to vote on any of these 8 separately, you can ask for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Milliman.
Well, I think there is a point of order issue. The motion's made, and so I think recognizing, unless she's seconding the motion.
Actually, I think the motion already has been seconded.
Oh, okay.
So then we would move to discussion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, and just keep in mind that during the discussion, anybody has the right to pull any of these out just by giving notice.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Milliman.
I would like clarification on item 8, just because I've seen ADU discussions across several venues. I just don't understand how it interacts with the other pieces that we've discussed. So I'm not opposed. I just don't think I understand the change.
So,
would you like me to?
Yes, please, Ms. Kelly.
Okay. So at the last meeting, Commissioner Will raised various ideas for simplifying retention of accessory dwelling units. It's rather unclear in state language how to do it, so we provided some ways to do it. He, I believe, wanted us to do it even more simply. So I think the biggest problem was we were moving with a model code standard that they use for duplexes, middle housing duplexes, whereby you have to tell the jurisdiction, I want you to treat this ADU as either an ADU or treat it as one of the duplex units, in which case different standards apply. And if it's a duplex unit, then it can be considered middle housing and the property can be divided. If it's not, then there are issues with retention of an ADU. And the model code only goes that far. So we looked to simplify retention with all of the different housing types except for townhouses, which are always an attached product. Or we did allow them to be considered a townhouse unit when attached, but what this is doing is taking away difficulty on a triplex or quadplex or even a duplex site where we have a unit cap. It's 2 for a duplex site and it's 4 for a triplex or a quadplex site, and that includes any existing dwellings. So like an existing ADU and an existing house would count toward units in your maximum 4 of a quadplex site. We had said you can make it so that, you know, if they're attached, they become quadplex units and then you're good to divide. But instead we just backed it all up and we said, let's just remove them from the cap. And then you don't have to worry about attaching them. You don't have to worry as much about them being just like the other type of units that you're putting on as middle housing. It's just easier to retain them with fewer hoops to jump through. I don't know if that answered your question. I hope somewhat.
Just so can I clarify where if the unit's a quadplex, it could be a quad with an ADU would be, 5, I guess we're not calling them units, but that would be 5 places people could live and we'd call it a quad. Is that what that means?
On a quadplex site, we are allowed to limit all of the units to just 4. So like the house and the ADU, could be attached and turned into part of this quadplex. We're just excluding them from that cap. And so really you could have 6 units on the property. You could have your existing house, your existing ADU, and then a quadplex. And actually we allow 2 ADUs, an internal and an external. So you could have those 3 and then you could still put a quadplex on the property as we have proposed to revise things. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Honestly, to me, it doesn't, but that's, it's always been a bit confusing.
Mr. Back, did you want to comment?
Well, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with this. So, and I believe you're referring to the language 30361 middle. Well, that's just an example in the R6, but we have the language that shows up in all the different land use districts. And it's the language that says density is not a consideration for development of the 3 middle housing types listed below. However, the following limits apply to the parent lot, counting all existing and proposed county housing units. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, we would modify that language to say, in determining existing and proposed housing units, we would not include counting an existing ADU. Is that what we're proposing to do?
Right, and also we're proposing to exclude the single detached dwelling if it remains as a single detached dwelling. It's not converted.
So we would add that language to that section as it appears in all the different land use districts.
Yeah, and it's also addressed. There are different ways that we address in the middle housing section 43084 ways to be able to retain an ADU with the different various middle housing types, and those will all be simplified down as well, just to remove the cap wherever possible.
Could we get back to the discussion at hand, though, with the commissioners? I think this issue's been addressed.
Well, we've got two hands up. Commissioner Will, I think you're next.
Well, I'd be willing to defer to Commissioner Milliman if she wanted to follow up on her previous question.
Commissioner Milliman.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to say where I think I want to get, and I don't know that the language matches. So I take Commissioner Will's point that there's people who've done work and put in buildings. So I guess I would like this to lean more toward maybe a grandfathering situation, but future state, it seems like we should count units as units, and if that many are allowed on a property, that should follow. And I don't know if that aligns with what Commissioner Will was trying to do, but that makes the most sense to me. Like, let's not undo what people have done for the good of the community, but let's not go forward where a situation where we count 6 units as 4.
Commissioner Will.
Thank you, Chair Lockwood and Commissioner Milliman, for your questions. I wanted to say that also in the supplemental staff report we received dated March 11th, 2022 on page 5.5, besides the text listed here in the slideshow under number 8, I think the staff is summarizing under point 8 of the slideshow the point H in the table on page 5 of that supplemental staff report. And I just want to highlight the sentence, staff has proposed additional simplifications to allow ADU and single detached dwellings to be excluded from the maximum unit cap for a Plex site. And I just want to say, I really appreciate staff looking into this ADU question, because I did have a lot of questions about the way it was written before, and I'm supportive of this approach staff's taken. And I think it does exactly that, Commissioner Milliman, that it makes sure that if you have a house and an ADU or 2 ADUs, as staff's mentioned, that they don't all of a sudden become non-conforming after you build your proposed middle housing units on your lot. So I'm in support of this as one of the 8 that are being entertained in this motion to be supported by us. I have another question about some other points, but I want to end that there.
Okay, see if anyone else has anything at this point. Yeah, I guess I agree with that idea that and ADUs seem to be kind of an anomaly, or they're a special animal, but just the philosophy that you're allowing more units on the parcel makes sense to me. So maybe, Commissioner Will, if you had another question or comment, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask my fellow commissioners in regards to what Mr. Bovet said about if anybody wants to withdraw one of these 8 elements from the motion and discuss it separately. Do we see that items 6 and 7 have to do with in that supplemental staff report on page 4 of 5, it's item E. It's sort of some of are these both related to that same thing, where whether or not the staff would support a change to it or not? And do these two items warrant being removed and discussed independent from these other 8? Does anybody feel that?
I don't.
Commissioner Wellner.
I think that when we get to the issue of should there be 50% limitations for garage facades after this, my guess is that if we came to the conclusion that garage facades should go away, that they would by default, this issue by default would do, items 6 and 7 would by default go away as well. Is that a reasonable assumption, staff?
I believe it's reasonable.
I'm not sure how the Roberts rules part works, but.
Well, I think we can act on this, and if we made a different decision later on the garage facades, that the latter decision would be the decision that controlled it.
Okay.
And you could clarify as part of that future motion that you're removing 6 and 7 from that list too, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm also in support of this motion.
Any further discussion of this motion? Commissioner Milliman.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay. So I guess I would like to, I don't know how to request it, but modify, I'm fine with 8 if we say excluding existing ADUs. I'm not, or pull it out to talk about constructing future ADUs where there's, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding.
It is only excluding existing ones. It's not future ones. This is just shortened in the PowerPoint.
Okay, then perfect. Yay, I'm all in. I'm in agreement.
I move the previous question, please. Need a second.
Right. Is there a second for Commissioner Petrullo's motion?
There's a second. I think you're having trouble seeing my hand.
I am. Where is your hand? I mean, I do look at your screen.
It's camouflaged because your wall is slightly brown. Move your camera
okay.
a little bit.
Oh, there it is. Right.
You need
now
to
it's
change.
white.
Beat me to the punch. So I had my hand up to call a question. But I
So there's a second to which moved the previous question. It's not debatable, and it needs to be voted on for 2/3.
Okay. Then I think we're ready for a vote.
But the vote has to be to move the previous question. I'm sorry, I sort of preempted it. So we have to vote on the previous question, on the motion for the previous question. Unless council needs to clarify that.
No, that is correct. So you have to take a roll to see if we're going to stop discussion and vote on the primary motion, unless we're ready to do that anyways, and Commissioner Petrullo withdraws his motion and Vice Chair I seconds it. But I don't know where you guys are at. If you're ready.
Thank you, Council. Chair Lockwood, I'm going to withdraw that motion if we're prepared to present it for vote.
Okay. I'll just double check that we're at that point.
And then we would need the second to accept the withdrawal of the motion. So Vice Chair and I would agree to that withdrawal of the motion to call the question.
I do agree to withdraw my second.
So now we're back to the main motion to move this entire slate of 8. And assuming there's no further discussion, if there is, then you'd move forward with the vote.
All right. I'm looking for any further hands or discussion, and if I'm not seeing any, I will go ahead and call for a vote. May we have the vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Havner?
Approved.
Commissioner Milliman?
Approved.
Commissioner Petrullo?
Yes.
Commissioner Podar? Commissioner Podar?
She's no longer on.
Okay. Commissioner Wellner?
Yes.
Commissioner Will?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dye?
Yes.
Chair Lockwood?
Yes.
Looks like we have 7 yeses Motion does pass.
All right. Commissioner Petrillo.
Chair, I have a question for staff that's related to the deliberations that will likely follow. Can I ask that at this time?
Please do, yeah.
It's a free-for-all, so whoever wants to grab it, staff-wise. We've heard the, Measure 49 issue several times over the last several months, weeks. How often, if you're familiar, are Measure 49 claims being made? Do we have any experience with that, either locally or state?
We had a number of them when the bill was newer, mostly rural. Jurisdictions don't generally now like to do things that they might have to retract later, like to approve things that they might have to retract. So we have not really created standards that take away property value or rights in general. So we have not seen this happen in the urban area, to my knowledge. Andy, are you familiar with very much? I think there are cases.
You're correct that it hasn't happened too much because we've been aware of it and haven't taken away things very much since it's in place. I think the biggest one that I'm aware of in the urban area was, I believe, with the Peter Court property around the Sunset Station area, where a lot of the restrictions that went in place as part of station area planning were reduced because they had prior rights that were taken away. But it doesn't happen very much in the urban area because local jurisdictions are kind of afraid of it at this point. So,
thank you.
So our next group of things to consider, I think maybe we could advance a couple of slides or maybe just one slide. We've got several items around detached houses to consider. And then we also have the sidewalk and right-of-way question to consider. Those are the kind of main topics. Commissioner Will. You're muted.
Sorry, Chair Lockwood, thank you. May I ask for the slideshow to stay up? I just got taken down.
Yeah, I lost connection there briefly, so I can put it back up.
Yeah. The slide I would like to look at is the slide showing the 3 detached structures on one lot.
So Commissioner Will, are you proposing to talk about detached plexes or?
Yeah, that's A in the supplemental thing. So I was going to just in general discussion and deliberations about that. It was a comment that I thought about during the slideshow, but since we were trying to listen to the slideshow and not have deliberations, I didn't want to distract this from the slideshow.
Do you recall which slide number that was? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I apologize. I don't, but it's probably forward.
It's 12.
Is it 12?
Okay.
Yeah, that one. I know there's been some reluctance here in the staff's presentation to get 100% behind detached housing, and some of the discussion I've heard about is concern that it would become the dominant type, and as opposed to other types. And what I just wanted to point out, my comments on this slide, which to me looks like detached flex, is that the result of this being allowed at wherever this photo was taken, Vancouver, Canada, whatever, is that in comparison to the lots to the above and below, the top view, which appear to have single-family dwellings and maybe some sort of a accessory structure in the back with, shed or a garden or something, greenhouse, who knows what's there. That we're able to get 3 dwelling units on this lot instead of 1, and so to me, if these 3 structures were connected or disconnected, the result is they got 3 on there. And so I don't see any concern that if they become the dominant type because they're preferred, the result is still going to be 3 units. Because that's the, what fit on this project, the site, this location. And every applicant for a middle housing application is going to fit to their property what fits best on their property. And Vice Chair Dye mentioned a very valuable point that I also hold, the unnecessary common walls, and he listed several reasons why he felt that some members of the community might prefer not to have common walls. And I just wanted to add a couple more reasons. The maintenance of your structure versus your neighbor's structure can be at your leisure, your freedom. You have the freedom to maintain your structure the way you want to. As soon as you attach a common wall, then you have to have a common maintenance agreement, and that can be then burdensome. And we're talking about getting people into houses who maybe can't afford a house before or haven't been able to get into a house because of the lack of supply. And so when they get into that house, we're trying to lower barriers to them getting into that house, and having a common wall and having common maintenance with your neighbor and a legal document, to bind you to perform certain things is an additional burden that I wanted to add to that list that Chair Dye said. But also he talked about livability in his comments. And I wanted to point out with this graphic, it's a very good graphic because you can see between the dwelling units, there's open space and there's windows, on all 4 walls of the structure. And if applicant was forced to have attached, then basically that gap in that photo, I don't know if somebody can put a mouse over the top of the aerial photo, and that yard area between the buildings, the new buildings, not those ones, those 3, that yard area right there. If a builder or an applicant was forced to attach these, then they would have to put 25% of that area into structure, and so it would remove 25% of the yard and and windows. And so I just think that this is an example of exactly why I want to vote to approve detached plexes. And in conclusion, I just want to say that I think, like we've heard from the Home Builders Association and maybe some commissioners and maybe even staff about this financial concern, is that one of the things that the middle housing ordinance we're passing here is supposed to do is motivate property owners and builders and developers to build middle housing. And so if we don't allow them to build this type of product, which is the preferred type of product for the builders, is the preferred type of product for the residents on the majority, then we're not facilitating them building as many as possible. So although they might dominate the middle housing products that get created, that's okay, because this is the dominated preferred version of living that people want to live in and the builders want to build. So that's my comments on this topic, and I'm excited to vote on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Patillo.
Well, there's nothing to vote on yet, but so back to Measure 49. I think what I hear is that there is that risk, and it sometimes freezes what you're saying, behavior of local planners. And I'm trying to think of a scenario where detached would trigger that. So detached would allow, the goal of the benefit or the planning goal of not allowing detached, I think, is to, if I'm not if I'm correct, is to increase density for the future rather than that there be more, we would be able to get more units in the future than if we allowed detached. I mean, that's one element of it. As well as you've mentioned, preserving options for, and not letting other options get crowded out. But relative to Measure 49, let's say someone makes a claim. The claim would have to be that, that there was a decrease in their value based on the change in the land use. But if the land use is saying, I'm thinking that, let's say it was changed to eliminate detached down the road, that the loss of that right wouldn't necessarily result in a loss of market value. Real estate economics would be the denser the property, the higher the market value of the property or the land, and having detached would, or precluding attached and mandating attached would, I just don't think there would be basis for a claim. Someone could obviously make a claim, but it may not be sustained as a claim. So that's my comment on that.
Commissioner Wellner.
I think that Mike, early on in the presentation, there was a comment that HBA, I think, or no, the Eco Northwest report and Matt both said that this would be the preferred outcome, and that and then staff drew the conclusion that it would then dominate middle housing. I think that's kind of a stretch, and it's in part a stretch because of what Commissioner Petrillo just outlined is that added density that you get with attaching the houses might be what's needed for that builder developer to make that choice to build a fourplex instead of 3 detached units. All I'm saying is it's a desirable product type that staff has excluded from their version of middle housing for the county's code. And I think it's a mistake to do it. I think that if we are really trying to address the issues of supply and demand, then we should have all housing types available to do so. And especially when the market and the builders see this as a desirable outcome. And that's all we've heard from the builders that have come and testified to us. We've heard from them that this is what they want to build. That doesn't mean they aren't going to want to build an attached product as well, because every single piece of property is different. And every single piece of property needs a different solution. And it might be that one piece of property is not best suited for a detached product. This one, as Commissioner Will pointed out, it is a good example of where it is a good, well-suited piece of property for detached, and it wouldn't necessarily be a well-suited piece of property for attached. But I could show you 10 other examples where the opposite is true. So I don't think that just by allowing detached plexes, you're going to dissuade people from building attached plexes. Builders that build attached product will continue to want to build it, and parcels that are best suited for attached product will continue to draw that product. So I think that it's just a mistake to not allow it in the first place.
Commissioner Petrillo.
It's going to start sounding like preaching to the choir, so I'm not going to do it. Chair, I would like to suggest that if if somebody's interested in seeing the ordinance as proposed engrossed to allow attached, that now would be the time to make that motion and allow us to act on it one way or another.
Yeah, I believe you meant allowed detached.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Back.
Staff's been texting each other a little bit on this, and so.
Is that allowed?
What's that?
I'm sorry.
They can deliberate.
Yeah.
So first, the lack of the specific language. So, I direct the work. I directed the staff report is the first priority that covers the sidewalks and things like that. And then the second priority was kind of outlining all the different things. So we got down to the point where I believe on the bottom of page 5, we indicated the types of things, the areas that would need to change, but we didn't come back with the specific language. So it seems like you're moving towards recommending that the ordinance be engrossed to allow detached plexes, consistent with sort of that concept on the bottom of page 5. I would also recommend, if you're headed in that direction, to also direct us to come back with the specific language next time. So we're 99% sure it's going to be consistent with what we've indicated in that paragraph on the bottom of page 5, but we haven't perfected it yet. So you would get another bite at the apple, recognizing that if you voted to engross the ordinance to allow the detached plexus, that's your primary direction on this, and that we'll probably still, if that's the direction, perfect the language until the point that the board actually engrosses the ordinance. That's just sort of how these things play out, that there will be one section that we'll forget. And so I think that you might want to consider a two-part motion. One is to engross the ordinance to allow the detached product, and 2, to direct us to come back on the 30th with more specific language that implements your direction.
Just for clarification, I thought we were working to avoid coming back on the 30th, but it sounds like you're imploring us to continue this work to come back on the 30th.
Just so you have an opportunity to see the language. I do, from what I can read the room here in the body language, there's likely enough interest in recommending the engrossment. So I think that's important to do tonight if you're comfortable with it. But just know that if you want to see that specific language that implements your direction, you have the opportunity to do that on the 30th. Otherwise, it'll show up when we go to the board. So that's entirely up to you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wellner, I had my hand up, and I got the Homer Simpson skin tone now.
Yes, I can see it clearly.
So I just want to clarify, when I was hearing the other commissioners speak, it wasn't that they were necessarily endorsing this one particular style of detached duplex, but I heard that they wanted to have the flexibility to, based on lot size and the conditions of what was being considered, that they would be able to introduce a detached housing style that would fit for that property. And so I was just clarifying what you said earlier about having something more specific, because I didn't get the impression that we were looking specifically at, engrossing this style of the 3 houses in front of each other as a standard.
Oh, that was my understanding too, that we were talking about the concept of detached plexes.
Correct, but so can I provide a clarification?
Go ahead,
Chair. To Commissioner Dye's question, the only language that staff is talking about is the implementing language that would be general in nature to allow plexes to be built as attached or detached. It's not going to speak specifically to this one design. It's just going to say where a detached plex would be allowed, where an attached plex would be allowed, so would detached. But there are multiple changes that need to be made to accommodate that. I don't think they're extensive, and we've talked about it a little bit, but it wouldn't hurt to see that language. I mean, I trust that staff would be able to implement it just fine without our input, but it doesn't hurt to have our input before it gets to the board.
Commissioner Petrillo?
I question whether we need to engage this part two that Mr. Beck has suggested. We aren't the policymakers. The devil is in the details. We're making a recommendation, a broad recommendation that the staff can research, tinker with, adjust, and as they bring it forward to the board, bring it in a more comprehensive fashion, and we set the direction. So I think what Mr. Back says, he's making that as a suggestion, not necessarily a requirement of what we do. So I don't think it's necessary, and may just be bringing it back. I think we need to keep moving forward, and I think I trust staff to be able to figure out the kinks, and I'm going to do my part to follow it to the Board of Commissioners to make sure that the communication that we're providing is provided to them and is representative. But
Commissioner Wellner.
Just to keep the ball rolling, I move to recommend to that the Board of Commissioners engross Ordinance 885 by allowing detached plexes. And I'm not going to go beyond that. I guess we can decide toward the end of the meeting of whether or not we want to come back on the 30th to view draft language. I don't think that needs to be part of this motion.
I'd like to second that as presented.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 885 to allow detached plexes. Discussion? Commissioner Petrillo.
I want to acknowledge the merits of what staff is trying to accomplish by suggesting that detached not be allowed or not be, I think I do understand it, and I think it is aspirational, and it is a sound planning position because, and it's the future in some degree, other than Measure 49. I think from a planning perspective, if you look at, I believe you can build your way to affordable housing or more affordable housing versus what we're facing right now. And and that requires greater density. It requires, quite honestly, the cities that have those levels of affordability are ones that have medium to high density throughout their urban and suburban areas. Montreal, for instance, is an example. And but we are not. Our culture, particularly in the suburban America and suburban Portland, is not, it's a context issue. It's not as suitable as to have that mandate to say it must be attached. In other jurisdictions or even other cultures, particularly European cultures, it's a norm. And we aren't there yet. And therefore, what would happen is, until that becomes a norm, we would have builders and even buyers who just don't really want detached. They'd be, who don't want attached, and we would probably have fewer units because of it. And I think, as Ryan had mentioned from the HBA, we have to keep in mind the context of also where we are. We are thousands of units, nationally and locally, short of what we need in housing. And it is clear from comparative research that's been done across the country and the globe that the fewer the easier it is to build the units in terms of regulations and mandates, the easier it is, the more housing gets built. And more housing gets built, the more we have general affordability. And that's why I support this.
Commissioner Wellner.
Well, I've said enough, but I do want to say it's decisions like this that can really make a difference, and I really hope that everybody is supportive of this recommendation.
Any other comments? For my part, as happens quite often, Commissioner Petrillo said it very well. That's been my thinking too, that if we increase supply, we're going in the right direction, and I see this as increasing supply. So I support this as well. Commissioner Dye.
This is a good time to go on the record because I do want to acknowledge that we did have public comment that also said a number of good points about why this needs to happen. And I feel like, we are in concert with, who we have heard from the public and so many of the reasons why we need to include this. But yes, I do want to acknowledge that this is certainly an aspirational and a good intentioned rationale that was presented for not having it. But I do feel like we need to be responsive for so many of the other viewpoints that we've heard and what we've seen. And just kind of as an aside, I think that Commissioner Petrillo, you kind of put a nail in the possibility of this happening ever when you said it was the European style. I think that after we've seen a harbor full of tea from this country, that anything says European is going to be rejected.
Any other discussion or comments?
Yeah, I will mention one, and that's related to Vice Chair's comment, which was one of my favorite land use economist guys that I like to hear is, I don't even know if he's still alive, but Anthony Downs made a comment one time at a conference I was at, and I'll never forget it. He said, Americans love density and want the density and the benefits of the density of the European model. They just don't want it in their neighborhood. And that is the fundamental American conflict, really, when it comes to land use development and community development. In general, I'm making a generalization, but it is a problem that we have in our character, which is somewhat related to our development as a country in the land. So,
any more discussion? So if there's no more discussion, I'll restate the motion and call for a vote. It's been moved that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Commissioners engrossment of Ordinance 885 to allow detached plexes. May we have the roll call, please?
And I know it made a difference, but it moved and seconded.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Havner.
He's gone.
Commissioner Milliman.
Yes.
Commissioner Petrillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Podar. She's gone as well, right?
Yes.
Commissioner Wellner.
Yes.
Commissioner Will.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dye.
Yes.
Chair Lockwood.
Yes.
So we have 6 in support of the motion. The motion does pass.
Thank you.
Could we mention for the record it was 6-0?
Yes, the vote was 6-0. Motion does pass.
I need a point of information.
Go ahead.
If we drop down to 5, we're not going to be able to move anything, right? We lose another commissioner.
I think we're still all right, but go ahead, Mr. Bobette.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have 9, so 5 would be the minimum, but it sounds like you have 6 right now based on just the vote. So you actually technically could lose one more, not that I'm suggesting anybody should leave.
Okay, so we've got some other smaller pieces, but I'm thinking maybe we should move to talking about sidewalks. How does that strike people?
Well, is there a smaller piece we can knock out before we come to the bigger contentious of sidewalk?
Let's see. I think several items had to do with detached plexes. And then, Teresa, did you want to talk about that?
I'm sorry. I was scratching my head.
Okay.
I think there would be some of these items, though, that would fall out if with the recommendation for allowing the detached plexes. I think the common wall topics would fall off, and so that would be C and D, I think, or sorry, B and C. There was, there are still other smaller ones. I'm not sure if any of them would be easy discussions or if you just want to go to the bigger.
Yeah. So I'm on page 4 of the supplemental staff report. So there's garage facade, question number E. Number F is counting garage square footage and the cottage square footage maximum. Another one is G, changing townhouse minimum lot size to vary with district. And then a couple more. H, change accessory dwelling unit definition. So have we dealt with that already or not yet? And then I is around infill standards policy language. Do we want to jump on any of those right now?
Primary issues are the frontage and the sidewalks, and then also the garage facades. And
okay, you said garage facades, sidewalks, and what was the third one?
I think those are the 2 primary issues.
Okay.
Commissioner Wills has his hand.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Will.
Thank you, Chair Lockwood. I don't know if I'm framing this in terms of a question. Staff can feel free to jump in and answer it if it is a question. But when it comes to the 50% width under letter E there on page 4 of the supplemental staff report, when it talks about 50% of street frontage, I'm not sure if anybody's going to try to move to strike all this. I know that was one of the, this is if not remove the whole thing. So this might be a moot point if people are trying to make that motion. But if this stands, I have some concerns with it as it stands, because what if your property is on a curve? And maybe the shape of your lot is a trapezoid, where it's narrower in the front, but it widens out towards the back, and you put a fourplex on there, but your frontage is 30 feet. So you can only have 15 feet of parking, in the front yard. Because you notice it says here, combined width of all garages for all your units and outdoor on-site parking. So this is not only restricting the width of your garage door or the width of your interior garage is the way it's written, it's limiting your outdoor space too. So if you wanted to put in your side yard just a parking pad with no garage, like a parking terrace or whatever you want to call it, you can't, because your frontage is very narrow along. So if it was a cul-de-sac, for example, or a curve, or your house was a flagpole, I'm not sure how that affects. So there's the frontage, using the word frontage is very problematic to me. And then so if there was a case where your house, you had a threeplex, and like I said before, you had each unit was about 15 feet wide. With this, you might have each one of your garage doors are only allowed to be 4 feet each or something. So I think that if it does remain, there needs to be some engrossment to address lots that aren't just all 80 by 100. They're not all lots are 80 by 100 perfect rectangles. And there has to be per dwelling unit if you have a fourplex, and some of the units might be wider than others. So the narrowest unit, if you have one unit that's 25 feet wide and the other one's 15 feet wide, and the next one's 20 feet wide, there has to be a minimum that you're allowed to per unit. So I have some concerns with it if it stays. If it goes away, my concerns are obviously go away. Thank you.
Any staff comment on that?
Well, I could offer my reaction, and it seems like there are a lot more details here that we could provide information on. I'm sensitive to Commissioner Dye. I don't know if this is one of issues that he is interested in as opposed to other, but we could provide a lot more information. And the other thing that pops in my head is if you are recommending detached plexes, is how does that play out if you have one unit set back but is still visible? I think there's a lot of new issues with the detached plexes on this issue. So you could spend your next 55 minutes, unless your general direction is let's just get rid of it altogether, kind of trying to come up with some different standard, or it is one of those things that we could focus on for the 30th if that's what you want, and kind of dive into the specifics of what the different words mean and maybe come up with more examples. So I see Ann's hand up, and she does the work and not me, so I hope she would chime in.
Well, I just wanted to clarify one thing, that this standard is an either or. It's that either the home is separated from the street by another dwelling, or the frontages can only be that 50% garage. So like in the scenario where we looked at the 3 detached plexes, one behind the other, the 2 in the rear are separated by another dwelling from the street, so their garages are not affected.
Commissioner Petrillo. Oh, excuse me, Wellner. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I have no idea what the temperature of the rest of the room is on this, but ultimately, the right thing to do is to just eliminate this standard altogether. I go back to there was a photo that we saw in our last Planning Commission meeting where it showed 2. They were slightly attached, but they basically looked like 2 detached units side by side, and they both had garage doors that were a similar texture to the rest of the siding of the house. They kind of disappeared a little bit, but I don't, just based upon the scale of those buildings, I'm pretty sure those garage doors probably did not meet the 50% requirement that we would be adopting here. I don't think that what we were looking at, which was a perfectly good house, it was actually a beautiful house, would meet the standards that we have in front of us. And I know it's part of the model code, but a lot of the reason that garage facade standards were created in the first place was it was during a time when there was a lot more single level housing being built, and builders would push the garage up in front of the house, and so all you would see would be a garage, and then they put the living space all behind the house because that was the most efficient way to design the space. This isn't the type of product we're talking about here. We're talking about 2- and 3-story product that doesn't have a whole lot of room to go horizontal. A lot of it goes vertical. And when you go vertical, inherently, you're going to take away the emphasis from the garage, because you're going to have living space on a second floor with windows. You're going to have a front door. You're going to, and when you go 3 stories, that garage facade is even less is even less emphasized. So I again think, I mean, we deal with it all the time, and the county has a process in these other jurisdictions. The code is, it's almost laughable how it tries to get to spaces where they anticipate there being pedestrian traffic, because garages are evidently offensive to pedestrians. But the code literally says you have to be within 1,320 feet of a high capacity transit corridor and on a through street. And so there are so many projects like that I build that are not on through streets where you don't have to apply the standard in the first place. This standard is written would apply to all middle housing. It doesn't matter if you're on a non-through street. It doesn't matter if you're not on if you're not near a pedestrian corridor. It's just all middle housing needs to meet this 50% requirement, which I just think is unnecessary. And I think again that it was an archaic standard. It's a standard that had a purpose at one point in time that I don't really see the benefit of anymore, because house product has advanced so much. So I for fear of not dominating the motions, I'd move on this one too to let me look at my cheat sheet. I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners engross Ordinance 885 by eliminating the 50% garage facade standard.
It's been moved that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 8. Oh, you second from Vice Chair Dye. All right. Discussion.
I'll just open the discussion just by saying that I appreciate that you did suggest this, because I do feel like there's eliminating this will still allow for some innovation in product. And I think that, as designs evolve, as neighborhoods evolve, that builders will evolve as well. And I don't want to take away the creativity that they may come with for designing structures that, look great or super functional, but may not have some percentage that works by some standard that was used to eliminate an 80s style house. And so I would much rather have something that gives the flexibility to come up with something that the market does want and can use and make sense.
Well, we haven't mentioned that staff mentions an alternative, which would be a type 3 process where applicants can propose alternatives to this. So, Ms. Kelly, would that mean a type 3 process to exceed the 50%?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there is an option there. On the other hand, it's a type 3, which adds expense, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Expense, and may I comment on that? Mr. Chair.
Sure. Go ahead.
Expense and time. So a type 3 process goes to a hearings officer. So I mean, you go to a public hearing. Oftentimes, it could be for these middle housing types that you were just going through a typical type 1 process, which could be done in less than 60 days. Now you're pushing somebody to go to a hearing, having representation at a hearing, having to do building elevations and plans that they wouldn't. There's a lot of cost associated with it. Ultimately, a lot different process. It's something that I do regularly in my subdivision applications, but for somebody that's going to go tear down one house and build 4, it's going to be a much different process, and it would definitely dissuade them from potentially going down that path in the first place.
Any other comments on this? Commissioner Will.
I want to point out that I did listen and hear some reasons to keep it, and I just felt that some of those reasons don't persuade me to see that this is valuable. For example, if we just limit it to the garage door only, not the interior of the garage, which I think is a very big flaw in the way it's written currently, that the government's trying to control what's happening inside the dwelling. I just don't think that goes far enough. There's enough problems with it that I think it's a good idea to remove it. One of the other comments about how lots of wide or frequent garages would affect the pedestrian scape. I think that's, I believe in Washington County, an access permit is required to put a driveway onto a public street. So there's other means by which to control how the parking and garage driveways interact with the sidewalk. And it shouldn't be through facade ordinances. So I think I'm going to vote to support the motion.
Is there any staff response to that?
Only that through a right-of-way permit, there would be no conditions in terms of your garage width or your driveway width. It might be related to driveway spacing, but not driveway width. And we don't regulate, or that permit doesn't regulate the on-site portion of the driveway, only the driveway apron where it adjoins the street.
All right, I appreciate that comment from staff, and so obviously the on-site portion doesn't interfere with pedestrians walking down the sidewalk. So another reason that this shouldn't, that's not a good argument for supporting this, because whatever happens with your front yard and your parking space bays and your garage doesn't impact the sidewalk at all. It's how wide your driveway apron is. That's what impacts the sidewalk.
Any other discussion? All right. It's been moved and seconded that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 885 by eliminating the requirement for the combined width of all garages and outdoor on-site parking, that it not exceed 50% of the street frontage. And that applies to triplexes and quadplexes. May we have the roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Milliman?
Yes.
Commissioner Petrillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Wellner?
Yes.
Commissioner Will?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dye?
Yes.
Chair Lockwood?
Yes.
And that's 6 yeses, 6-0, so motion does pass.
Thank you. So we've got a couple of more items on this page having to do with cottage square footage and townhouse minimum lot size. And then we have sidewalks. So what would be the preferences to what we address?
I think the townhouse minimum lot size one is an easy one that could be easy because staff's already kind of shown a desire to make that adjustment.
Okay, would you describe that in a little more detail? That's number F.
No, that's number G.
Okay, number G.
Or letter G. You want me to describe it or staff?
Well, either way, what are we talking? We're talking townhouse minimum lot size, is that right? Okay. Ms. Kelly, would you like to do that?
Sure. This would be to reduce the minimum lot size in 3 districts where it's currently smaller for ordinary townhomes. We would reduce it for middle housing townhouses to the same minimum lot size.
Thank you. Commissioner Will.
I have a question for staff. The current language proposed, the minimum size is not 1,500. It's something larger.
No, it's 1,500 per lot. But in 3 districts, we require less than that. And in fact, in one of them, there's no minimum.
So any motion to engross this on this topic would not affect how your ordinance is currently written for the most zones. It would only affect how it was applied to these ones listed here.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I support this motion.
Was there a motion?
I don't think we've had a motion.
I didn't want to make a motion too soon unless there's more discussion.
Or we can have the motion and a second and then have discussion if people want to do that rather than more questions for staff. Commissioner Will.
Oh, I got to get my text in front of me here. What page is it on to practice doing these motions?
4. It's on page 4. Or no, you mean the language?
Yeah, staff had recommended how to make the motions.
I don't believe it's in there. What we had.
It's in the PowerPoint.
Yeah, it says, I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners engross Ordinance 885 by, and then fill in the blank.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the board to engross this ordinance 885 by applying the recommended modifications as represented by item G on page 4 of 5 of the March 11th supplemental staff report to change townhouse minimum lot sizes to vary, as stated here.
It's been moved.
I'd love to hear the
yes.
moving forward.
To recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 885. And after that point, we want to change the minimum townhouse minimum lot size to vary with the district. So Commissioner Will, I'm not sure if I'm representing your...
Yes, that was perfect. Right. That was perfect. I could continue reading what it says under G. change townhouse minimum lot size to vary with district, and then I could quote all the R5, 6, 15.
We could state, I think Ms. Cherniak wants to comment here.
So if I could just clarify that was the comment, and the staff's recommendation is actually just to change it for the 3 districts, R24, R25 plus, and TO R18 to 24. So that's staff's recommendation based on the request.
Yes.
So I thought that was the motion.
The motion is to engross according to the staff's recommendation.
That is correct, Chair Locker.
Okay.
That is my motion.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it if nobody else is.
Okay, Commissioner Wellner, thank you for second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 885 regarding townhouse minimum lot size according to the staff's recommendation. Is that clear enough? Yes, Commissioner Wellner.
Just a quick comment. All this is doing is providing consistency with the current code. So the only place we're changing it is where that townhouse minimum lot size is already less than 1,500 square feet.
Any discussion or questions about this? So to me, yes, Ms. Kelly.
I thought maybe I should clarify. The 1,500 that we're talking about reducing is the individual townhouse lot, but there is actually an average. That's an average, and there is a parent lot requirement for 3,000 right now. So I suppose what we would do is also reduce the parent lot to double what's required for the individual townhouse lot.
So would that be different language from what's on the supplemental staff report?
We would just have to edit yes, it would be a little bit more. We would just need to revise the parent lot minimum for townhouses accordingly, just to be double what we're requiring for this individual lots. Because you need at least 2 townhouses to have a townhome project.
And I'm not sure about that. I do wonder if we want to think about that, because there's also still a density requirement. And I think you wouldn't be able to meet the density requirement at that small of a lot. So that one may still need us to think that through.
There's a maximum density, but I don't know that there's a minimum for townhouses. We can look at it.
Right, but a 1,300 square foot, if you do 2 1,300 square foot lots, that's a higher density than 25 units per acre. So this is this is so complicated and interwoven that kind of doing some of these things on the fly, we just need to think that one through. I think it may be okay, but I think we need to think it through.
Yeah, I think we can be more generous. We just can't be more restrictive, but we probably do need to look a little more closely.
But I'm gathering we could still vote on staff language. I mean, we don't need that. The issues you're talking about right now don't need to be settled before we consider this. I think Commissioner Wellner had his hand up first, and then Commissioner Will.
Commissioner Will was first.
Okay, Commissioner Will.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think that if staff finds that out, that additional engrossments are needed, I trust staff could recommend further engrossments beyond what Planning Commission recommended. So I think the motion could proceed, and that's my comment.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Wellner.
My only comment is that I believe that staff understands the intent behind the motion, and that I trust that you'll be able to implement it correctly. So I think we can move forward with it as well.
Any other discussion? Yes, Commissioner Well.
I do want to have on the record that my intent was to allow, as the staff said, just a double. So if you have a reduction from 1,500 to 1,300, that the parent lot would only need to be 2,600 square feet, so long as staff find that that doesn't create a problem with density and so yes, I don't want there to be a requirement that the parent lot be 3,000 and when it's possible to build two with only 2,600.
Any further discussion of this motion? All right, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. It's been moved and seconded that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 885 by changing townhouse minimum lot size and consistent with staff language on page 4 of the supplemental staff report. And may we have the roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Milliman?
Yes.
Commissioner Petrillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Wellner?
Yes.
Commissioner Will?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dye?
Yes.
Chair Lockwood?
Yes.
That's 6 yeses, 0 noes. Motion does pass.
Thank you. So as far as moving ahead, was there any other smaller items someone would suggest or move on to sidewalks? Commissioner Will.
I'm looking at page 4, item F, the don't count any garage square footage in cottage square footage. And I believe that the staff note here that the draft standards do allow for 200 square feet of an attached garage to be excluded from the average. And the request was for 100% of the garage to be excluded from the average. Is there a middle ground? Does the staff, am I correct, the staff don't support? Staff can monitor this?
Ms. Cherniak, you want to answer?
Well, I'll just note that I think part of the interest in doing this was in the event that detached plexes weren't allowed, that this would be a way to get detached units, and therefore the desire was for them to be able to be bigger. The idea at the state level when the rules were being made was that cottages were a smaller product, and they were intended to be grouped around a courtyard and a different product from detached plexes. So what staff has proposed is consistent with the model code and keeps the units smaller than what would be allowed under any of the other unit types. And so that was the why for that that garage. There is a detached garage that's allowed and detached parking areas that are allowed that don't count toward the unit square footage.
Oh, so this is only for attached garages?
This is only for attached garages, yeah.
So if your attached garage was 12 feet wide by 20 feet deep, that would be 240 square feet. So 40 of the square feet from the garage would subtract from your maximum. So is it possible that we proposed that 200 be increased to 250 or 275, and to achieve the concern that was expressed about, sometimes garages are slightly bigger than 10 by 20. Sometimes they're 12 by 20 or 14 by 20. Would that achieve the goal? A slight increase of the 200 number?
It depends on which goal you're talking about.
Well, the goal of not having the garage detract from the livable space, right? Like if you build a garage that's attached to your cottage building, currently, if you build it 200 square feet or less, then it does not reduce the livable space you can build. But if you accidentally build it 11 feet wide or 12 feet wide, then you now have to shrink your livable space. So my goal would be to allow the garage to be 12 or 14 feet wide, which is a reasonable width, and not shrink your maximum livable space. So,
I mean, that's something that the Planning Commission could consider and could recommend if you would like to.
So I'd like a clarification. Standards allow 200 square feet to be excluded from the average square footage and maximum building footprint. It doesn't say that you can't have a bigger garage. It just says that's the maximum that you can, yeah.
Yeah, I would just want to point out that if you have a garage on the front corners, you usually have a little bit of meat for your garage door rails to be nailed to. And that meat is usually about 1.5 feet each, so that 1.5 feet and 1.5 feet adds up to 3 feet. So if your garage door was 10 feet wide, you'd probably have 3 more feet as part of your garage of meat for your garage door to hang on. So a lot of times the interior of garages are a foot or 2 wider than the door. So when we talk about typical door width, I could see that the interior space of a garage might be 11 or 12 feet wide. And that would then, and usually it's about 20 feet deep. So I think it's reasonable to engross this exception of 200 square feet to have it be increased to 250 or 300 even. I don't know if anybody has any feelings about that.
Vice Chair Dye.
I would love to get some feedback from professionals in the in this arena, as well as with staff, because I'm trying to figure out, instead of increasing a number, is this a situation where this number or this allowance would detract someone from including a garage at all? Or is this something where it'd make it more prohibitive for them to include a garage? I guess what I'm trying to get at is there something that, if we were to wiggle with this at all, would detract or make it a disincentive for someone to include a garage at all, because it's now become cumbersome, or it just doesn't make sense the way that the square footage is now calculated? Or is this something that would, cause houses to be bigger? I'm just not quite clear on the 200 number and why it's important, and why 50 more square feet makes a big difference. And if I get clarification on that, then I know how to move forward.
Commissioner Wellner.
200 square feet. So garages are typically 20 feet deep. 200 square foot garage is 10 foot wide, 20 feet deep. Most garages are 20 by 20. That's a 2-car garage. So it's a question of, do you want to just allow 1-car garages or more than 1-car garages in cottage communities? The reason it matters so much is that the building size in a cottage development is capped at, I think, 1,400 square feet. Is that correct? And so anything above that 200 square feet eats away at that 1,400 square feet. And so if you wanted to, and 1,400 square feet is already a pretty small house. If you wanted to allow that 1,400 square foot house to also have a 2-car garage, then it would make sense to increase this number to 400 square feet.
Thank you. It helps because I'm thinking again just about future innovations for how we build housing. And if there's a situation where that is excluded, but there's design now that has your washer, dryer, HVAC, hot water heaters, everything is kind of in the garage, and there's a space for that. And then everything inside the house is more of the 1,400 square feet. I mean, I think that's great, more use of living area where your functionality is kind of outside of the garage and your living area is more usable living area with storage and whatever. So whatever we can do, I guess, to make sure that there's enough room for people to think about creative ways of building and using space in a new way, as opposed to kind of restricting it to what we've come used to is the 20 by 20. But 10 years from now, innovations could put us somewhere different. I just don't want to have to go back and try to think through something that we should have taken care of up front.
Ms. Cherniak.
I think it's important to note that we are talking about just one of the types of middle housing, and that's the cottage cluster. And the idea with it was that they be smaller units. And the cottage clusters that we've seen in other places actually usually don't even have a garage. They'll have maybe a separate parking area, parking court, or a carport kind of thing. So I'm not sure how much of an issue it is for this particular product and this idea of them being smaller. So I just leave it at that. We could bring more information back, or we could move forward as you'd like.
Vice Chair Dye, your hand is up, I think. Any more discussion? Commissioner Will.
I just want to clarify that I actually support increasing it to 400 to allow somebody to push the limits and have a cottage cluster housing with 2 parking spaces. I mean, cottage clusters often get people who are downsizing, wanting to move to smaller living space, but they still have a husband and wife, or they still might have a child, or they might be have a lot of stuff and need a place to put it as they're downsizing. So this goes back to, again, encouraging middle housing, and the 200 square foot discourages this product type. But my original motion or discussion about increasing it to something higher than 200 is because I feel that even if it's people only wanted a single car garage attached to a cottage housing product type, 200 is not the square foot you're going to end up with. But as the commissioner mentioned, that in the garage you might have your water heater or your furnace, and other elements. And you need, if you're going to be downsizing as a senior to a cottage housing, you're not as limber as a young college kid. And so when you get out of your car, you want to have room to open the door and not have to shimmy out of your car or shimmy around your car. So I think that if 400 is what people are comfortable with, they should suggest 400. If 300 is what they want to limit it to make sure that the garages are always single car garages, that's fine too. But 200 is just not enough. That's my feeling.
Any comments, further comments?
I'll say that I don't disagree, but I've made a lot of motions, so somebody else needs to make the motion.
I guess I'll say that I'm starting to feel like I need to rethink the concept of a cottage cluster. What are we trying to do? What's the distinct appeal of it? It's, making a bigger garage seems to sort of push things towards a different direction of a different kind of product, but I'm not sure about that.
Just for clarification, is there an existing motion and a second on the floor?
There's not.
Okay. Oh, I might try my hand at one then. Okay. Can we recognize to try this motion?
Please go ahead, Vice Chair Dye.
All right. I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners engross Ordinance 885 by eliminating the square footage requirement in cottage clusters, garage square footage requirement in cottage clusters.
It's been moved that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 885 by removing the garage square footage requirement for cottage clusters. Ms. Cherniak.
If I might offer, there isn't a garage square footage requirement. So I'm wondering if I might just suggest how that might look a little bit differently, in that the maybe to change the standards to allow a larger garage to actually maybe Anne, I was thinking maybe to allow a larger garage, or maybe it's just to not count the garage square footage as part of the the square footage.
That's where I'm trying to get to. I don't want the garage square footage to count against the total.
Okay. So
so you could exclude X amount of square footage in an attached garage.
Or just not count it at all?
I think we currently say 200 square feet can be excluded from the area used to calculate the maximum average cottage size. And it's an average. The 1,400 square feet is an average, so you could still have smaller cottages and larger cottages.
So could it just be to exclude an attached garage from the square footage requirement?
If that's what the Planning Commission wants to recommend.
I'm wondering if that's what Commissioner Dye you were thinking versus having an actual amount that you would
Thank you all for that. I will try this again, if I may. I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners engross Ordinance 885 by allowing up to 400 square feet of garage square footage without counting against the total allocation of a cottage cluster square foot size.
I second that motion.
all right. It has been moved and seconded that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they sorry, I started thinking about something else. We recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they engross Ordinance 885 by allowing up to 400 square feet of attached garage space
To be excluded.
to be excluded
from the average square footage
from the average square footage in
and the maximum building footprint.
In the maximum building footprint of a cottage cluster home. Okay. Thank you. May we have the roll call vote, please?
Do we have discussion first?
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Will. Discussion.
For the benefit of the commissioners, I believe that we should remind everybody that this doesn't require them to build a 2-car garage. And like a lot of the things we've been talking about, if this motion passes, I think it will give the flexibility to the applicant of a middle housing project to suit the garage size to meet the lot, to meet the demand in that particular neighborhood or part of town or part of the county. And again, it's not necessarily, and I hope the board doesn't interpret it as we're recommending 2-car garages attached to all clustered housing. We're recommending that the size of the garage have more flexibility because a lot of things happen in the garage, a workshop, water meter, bicycle parking, motorcycle parking, not just car parking. And so I'm excited about this motion, which is why I seconded it.
Other comments?
If I could just comment again. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Petrello.
Does anyone really use a garage for a car anymore? That's my question. That's the only comment I had.
I think Ms. Kelly may have wanted to speak.
I just thought maybe I would read the actual statement from the OAR. It says, we must apply a maximum building footprint of less than 900 square feet per unit. We may exempt up to 200 square feet in the calculation of dwelling unit or footprint for an attached garage or carport.
So that's Oregon administrative rules, which means that's the law.
Yes.
So does that sound like it eliminates our motion? Are we inconsistent with that? Vice, do you want to comment, Ms. Kelly?
To me, it looks like we are restricted. They're limited to up to 200 square feet. But maybe Mr. Bovet wants to weigh in.
And this is not out of the model code. This is actually the OAR.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if we're limited, we're limited. It sounds like the motion, I mean, you can make the motion, but it sounds like we're going to have legal counsel or LUT advise the board that it would be unlawful to implement that recommendation. So if that is in fact true, you may want to consider withdrawing the motion.
Vice Chair Dye, you had your hand up.
Given the information that we just heard, I would withdraw that motion.
Commissioner Will.
Can Ms. Kelly clarify, and when the thing you read, did you also state that there's a maximum square footage or is a minimum, that 900 number? Can you clarify that again?
Maximum.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Right. Sorry about that. The 900 square foot limit is a maximum building footprint that is applied by the state rule.
And what are we limiting ours to, our cottage clusters to?
Up to 900 square feet.
Oh.
In terms of the building footprint.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so the solution to somebody who wants to build a 300 or 400 square foot garage, then they have to detach it from their cottage cluster.
Not necessarily. They just would have to include 100 feet of it in the maximum average size for cottages.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I withdraw my second if that's the right way to express it.
Okay. The motion is withdrawn. So it is, and Vice Chair Dye, your hand is up, but I'm thinking you're.
Well, just clarification, is there, if we are looking at the up to 200 square feet, do we need to do anything? Because as it is now in F, do we need to do anything to say for 200 square feet, or is it given that we're going to allow that 200 square feet be excluded?
We've already put it in the draft standards, and we've allowed exclusion of additional areas as well. Anything below grade that you can't see from the street, like a basement, is excluded. We're not requiring that the community building be figured into the maximum average. If there's a community building, model code is. So we've tried to be quite generous in terms of what can be excluded.
Well, I'm Commissioner Will.
I wanted to point out we have 7 minutes before 10, and hopefully we can go a little bit past 10 if we need to. But I think there was one more item we wanted to talk about, which was the right-of-way and sidewalks. But I didn't feel I got a good answer to Vice Chair Dye's question. Like, do we need, besides addressing this one item that sort of is on our agenda still, do we also need to say the board recommends all the other staff proposed ordinance? Or is that inherent and obvious?
I think you would only have to recommend a change, but if you're fine with what's there already, I don't think you need to do anything.
Well, I think that if the intent was to finish tonight, there is still an overall recommendation, which would be to recommend to the board that they adopt ordinance 885 with the recommended engrossments that have been voted on separately. So there is still one big overall vote that needs to be taken.
And the sidewalk right-of-way issue.
And so, yes, plus whatever you would be doing with that.
Well, we're now at 9:54, so comments on the suggestion that we try to continue past 10 and talk about sidewalks.
We've got one more issue and consensus on everything else that we voted on. I feel like we should try to hammer it out and be done with it.
Any other comments?
I would agree that we could probably get it done in 10, 15 minutes.
I don't know about that.
Oh boy, that's
you better make a motion.
Chair Lockwood, I think it'd be useful for everyone's benefit if we just polled people about whether they want to continue. Otherwise, it's a bit of a water torture for people who may not be able to tolerate it much beyond 10. Commissioner Milliman, Commissioner Dye. Who else is missing? Commissioner Lockwood. I mean, what are your feelings?
Well, I will. Yes, Commissioner Milliman.
I honestly could go either way. I see them both as valuable, and I think we've gotten the stuff that we really wanted to talk through. Not that sidewalks aren't, but I think we talked through a lot of the big stuff. So I don't feel strongly whether we continue or move to.
Okay. Vice Chair Dye. What's your preference?
I would like to continue, and then editorially, I would just like to say that I know that the board will be finding ways to bring us all back together and have this all in one room doing this. And meetings like this show the value of remote work. Because if I had to come back from Hillsborough at 10:30 at night, it'd be absolutely no.
Well, as long as I can eat my snack, I'm fine. So I promise there's no beer or anything else here.
Okay, so and if y'all are willing, I'm willing. So let's go for it. sidewalks. Commissioner Will, you've got your hand up.
This is a question for staff and probably Ms. Kelly. You mentioned that something about the sidewalk and right-of-way dedication issue, that you can't do anything to the middle housing that you don't also require for single-family detached dwellings in your existing current codes. And existing current codes do not require, like if you have a vacant lot and you propose a single-family detached dwelling to be built on your vacant lot, you're not required to dedicate frontage and build a sidewalk. Is that correct? Oh, mute. You're on mute.
So sorry. It's not limited to what we require currently for a single detached dwelling. We can require stuff anew for a single detached dwelling and then apply it to middle housing at the same time. But yes, we do. Yes, you're correct. We do not apply sidewalk and right-of-way requirements to a lot that was not created through a subdivision where those things were required.
So a follow-up question to that. Does staff and council feel that this text as it's currently written, which does change the ordinance to require, single-family dwellings to be built, that nothing to do with middle housing, if I just go in and build a single-family dwelling on a vacant lot, this actually requires me to dedicate my frontage and right of way. So that type of change to the ordinance is actually taking away a development right or taking, is it, or some of those things that people are talking about, or no?
They'd have to prove that. I suppose so. I guess it's a balance of risks again. Do we want to go without sidewalks along large cottage cluster sites that might have, 40 units, or just because we don't want to require it for a single house. When something's in a new subdivision, a sidewalk is always required, or even a 2-lot partition, always a sidewalk is required. And in fact, more. Full engineered half streets are required for just creation of 2 lots right now. This has been an issue that has come up again and again, and there's been pressure toward requiring sidewalks for single detached homes, even before middle housing. So really, it's a balance of risks and depends on which policy considerations, I guess, are most important to the PC.
I would add that, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
So the application, if there, was a takings claim, it's not on the ordinance. It's on the application of the ordinance, case by case. So, and there could be, very small house with 200 feet of frontage. That clearly there could be claims, and there's a process in the code to say, okay, go type 2 and make your case, and you can potentially get out of it. So,
and even a type 1 where the lot is in an old subdivision where we didn't require sidewalks in the first place, there's no requirement for sidewalks in that case.
So you just said if it's in a subdivision where sidewalks were not required in the first place, it would not be required for new construction of middle housing or a single detached dwelling.
There is, I should have said that differently. There's a type 1 exemption that we've added whereby they can be excused from the requirement, and whether that's treated as a separate action or can be bundled as a type 1 with the other, with the middle housing application itself is something that we in current planning will have to think about.
Yeah.
But there is the exemption potential just as a type 1.
Commissioner Wellner.
A few things. One, just because there's a process doesn't mean it will be communicated or successfully used? I mean, you mentioned earlier that there's an exemption process and you process 800 applications, and out of those 800, there were 2 that got to use an exemption. Is this exemption that you're talking about? And if I want to go build middle housing in Cedar Hills, where there's a lot of places with no sidewalk, is that a given that I'm going to get the exemption approved? What's the criteria for getting it approved?
It is, we've provided 2 ways to look at potential for future development. If the lot could be divided to meet the current minimum density, or I'm sorry, not the subject lot, but lots nearby within, right now it's 250 feet. And I think we've changed it to less than that. But if lots nearby can be further divided or could accommodate middle housing other than just a duplex, and there is no sidewalk present, and I believe no curbs, then the exemption is possible. But if you had a whole bunch of very large lots that could quite easily divide and further develop, then you may not get the exemption, because that's where we can see these things coming in easily with infill development piecemeal. And I think I showed you an example of that in the Metzger area where that's happening.
So can you describe the scenario you talked about there, like a 40-unit middle housing project not triggering sidewalks? How does that happen?
It happens by not going through a middle housing land division application, potentially, where we don't have the ability to require frontage improvements along property. We only have, in terms of street requirements, by rule, the ability to get emergency vehicle standard access from basically the site to the nearest public road. We don't have the ability to require sidewalks for that large development unless we are also requiring them for one detached home.
But is it a townhome development, or is it a cluster housing development?
Townhouses, if they go through, I mean, they're presumed they have to go through a land division process.
So that would trigger the frontage then.
That would trigger frontage improvements, yeah.
So it's just a cluster project is all you're talking about?
Or triplexes. I mean, the cluster projects could be the largest one.
But a triplex, you have to have, I mean, triplex would be on 1 5,000, well, it depends on what zone, but 1 5,000 square foot lot would be where the one triplex is.
Yeah, it would be a triplex or quadplex if we retain the cap for units on a property. Would not be as much of a concern, but there'd still be a sidewalk lacking there. Whereas if you did a 2-lot partition right now, we would get that sidewalk normally.
But the description of a 40-unit project that is not going to have to provide sidewalk is not a likely outcome.
I don't know, really. We're getting a lot of interest in cottage cluster development, so we have yet to see what happens with that. And if they don't divide them, they wouldn't have to do the sidewalk. We probably don't have a lot of properties large enough for a 40-unit cottage cluster development, but we have some sizable land out there.
And I would add, in the presentation, we were trying to distinguish the connectivity requirements for the larger townhouses. We couldn't get that, but if it was a subdivision, we would get the sidewalks.
Okay. So I guess I'll say I think in every single project that I will ever do that involves middle housing, it will be part of an existing it'll be part of a subdivision that I've permitted and platted. And just that process alone will trigger the construction of frontage improvements, sidewalks, street trees, all that. Because for my purposes, the economy of scale, I'm not going to go tear down one house and build a 4-plex or a 3-plex or a duplex. I'm going to go build a 5-lot subdivision and build 10 10 detached plexes or 10 attached plexes. But again, I will be required to build frontage improvements in every single one of those. I think that's going to be more the norm. Is it's going to make smaller parcels that didn't pencil as a subdivision today, probably because of frontage improvements that were required, viable. And so small developers, small builders will go build those 10 units on where they could have previously only build 5, and it works, it pencils. I think that this sidewalk requirement, where it's going to really hurt, where it's going to really impact, is the person that has a house that was built in the 50s or 60s, and it's on a corner lot, or even it's just a long piece of street, even if they have just 100 feet of frontage on a street, and they want to build a triplex or they want to build a fourplex, and the cost of that sidewalk is going to be tremendous for the scope of their project. And it doesn't seem like it is, but it is, because it's more than just going out and pouring some concrete and creating two pieces of sidewalk up. It's the permitting process. It's the engineering that goes into it. It's the making sure you meet ADA standards. It's it's just layer after layer after layer of process that we're subjecting triplexes and fourplexes with, that are going to just, it's almost going to discriminate against them. I mean, it's almost going to make it so that those projects will become non-viable because all of a sudden they have this requirement to provide sidewalk. And I just think that it flies in the face of what the intent of HB 2001 was in the first place. And the people that it's going to hurt most are the people that are trying to build these small projects. I fully expect I'm going to be building sidewalk. I build a lot of it. I do it all the time. But my projects are big enough to do so. I think it's going to hurt the small developers and the small projects most.
Commissioner Milliman.
I don't know if anyone knows, but where else do sidewalks come from if the developer or the builder doesn't install them? I think you can have a fund that maybe the neighborhood, but where else do sidewalks come from?
County projects.
County projects, there has been a shift to have more sidewalk projects than we have in the past, but clearly there's, the need is much greater than the projects that we've built. And we've built them primarily on the bigger streets, the arterial and the collector streets. I don't know if the county has initiated any sidewalk project on a local street. Sometimes there's local improvement districts, but not a broadly county funded project on a local street.
CDBG funds have been used periodically for specific purposes to build sidewalks or do off-site improvements.
Thanks.
Commissioner Will.
Thank you, Chair Lockwood. I want to say that I've actually not done it myself, but I've talked to a lot of people who are very frustrated when they have to build a sidewalk on an infill development. And I understand staff are saying that it won't be required if like the entire neighborhood was approved a long time ago with no sidewalks, and so you won't be required. I'm really curious, that first lot on the edge of that neighborhood that is right next to the other subdivision that was built 10 years later that does have sidewalks, if they're going to be accepted, because they're the easiest one to extend the sidewalk. So I'm very curious how this, idea is going to apply to edge lots that are right next to a sidewalk and could extend. So I don't see it being applied necessarily very clearly. But the bigger problem is the sites where staff have mentioned it would be good to fill in gaps where like partial sidewalks exist on some lots and other lots they don't. And I really just find that I believe the staff will require Clean Water Services to provide a service provider letter. And I think that this is really where the along with what Commissioner Wellner said about, just all the permitting process, you can't just build a sidewalk or a curb in front of your lot without the county giving you a right-of-way permit. So it is going to add another layer of approval processes for somebody who wants to come in and build a threeplex. The Clean Water Services is going to want you to manage the stormwater generated by that new impervious surface. And so unless your house is, your lot that you're building on as a builder, as an applicant, is immediately adjacent to an existing system, you will have nowhere for that stormwater to go. So you may need to capture that stormwater and direct it in a pipe 200 feet to that other system. And so, I mean, like, I almost would I would have been more supportive of this if it was written to say simply something simple, is if the adjacent property has a sidewalk, you have to build a sidewalk and curb. You have to extend existing. If you don't, you pay $5,000 into a fund that the county uses to fill gaps later in wholesale across the entire block phase. So the way it is now, where there's exceptions and it's not very clear, if that's going to be an extra fee pay for that, or whether it's going to be concurrent with your building permit, or you're going to have to apply for that exception as a separate process and go through a whole land use action and get appealed by your neighbor who really wants you to put it in. I'm concerned that there's going to be some added cost of putting in storm pipe from your 50 foot of frontage and a catch basin. And I also, have worked on a subdivision project where it was a sidewalk was required. And it was a sidewalk to nowhere, both to the left and to the right. The sidewalk went nowhere because there were no sidewalks to the left and right. And the county required a barricade at the end of the sidewalk. So I can just foresee driving through a residential neighborhood and there'll be a 50-foot long sidewalk with a barricade on one side and barricade on the other. And then I go 2 lots of no sidewalk, and then I get another house with a barricade and a barricade. And just the permitting process will be ridiculous. And so even though I'm very safe routes to school, the commissioner asked how do sidewalks get built? There's programs like Safe Routes to School. They find funding and they go in and they try to fill in gaps. I'm very much in support of sidewalks and safe routes for pedestrians. I'm just very concerned about the way this is written currently. That's going to relate into patchwork, and I would have preferred it was written, as I said, if you're next to a sidewalk, you must extend it. If not, pay a fee in lieu. So maybe the approach of removing this and of getting a program later down the road that solves this would be better.
Those are some of my thoughts too, Commissioner Will. I'm wondering about the Home Builders Association argument that, that fee in lieu would be passed on to the home buyer. And it made the argument that any substantial cost passed on to the buyer is going to put it out of reach of so many more people who want a home. So that's one thing I'm concerned about, the extra expense if you go that route. Those who have experience in the building field, maybe if you'd have any comments on that. Did that argument sound correct to you?
Chair Lockwood, can I just follow up on that? Is that the fee in lieu, whatever the amount is, I think the intent of a fee in lieu is let's say it's $5,000 and 10 people, 20 people, that number gets up to an amount, then the county with that fee in lieu fund would come into a capital improvement project and do the entire street all at once. And it'd be much more efficient. And so the fee in lieu actually, let's say it's $5,000, and yes, that $5,000 gets passed on to the homeowner or purchaser or the renters if it's a rental property, that all gets passed on into their rent. But it'll be a lot less than $5,000 or a lot more than $5,000 if the applicant is actually required to build the improvements, because doing it piecemeal, one 50-foot segment at a time, is very inefficient and expensive. And so I think that there is a real concern that the building community has expressed that's valid, that it's going to keep housing costs high, it might be better to put that community need for safe routes to school or, onto the county, the community burden instead of an individual private burden.
Commissioner Wellner. You're mute, yeah.
So if that were the direction that we would want to look at taking this, I'm not making a motion, I'm just asking the question, is if that were the direction we were looking at taking this, then there would have to be different decisions made about right-of-way versus improvements, because the biggest cost for the county to come in and build a project on a length of street is acquisition of the right-of-way. And I'm not necessarily opposed to the dedication being a condition of middle housing, because if you don't get it, you're never going to. But within certain constraints, there were some questions that I raised that staff responded to, one having to do with the use of easements instead of maximum right-of-way. And then one having to do with the effect of that dedication on what you end up with from a lot size and what that lot size would then allow you to build from a middle housing perspective. That kind of stuff we would need to clarify if we wanted to go down that path. So I guess there's the three options I see are, one, just say we don't want to do dedication and sidewalk construction altogether. Two, that we pursue some kind of a fee in lieu approach that also secures right of way for the county. Or three, we go with staff's recommendation that has dedication and construction as a requirement.
With an exemptions process.
Yeah, but I'm skeptical of any exemption process being a useful tool.
Okay. Commissioner Will?
In the interest of time, I hope we'll get to a motion soon. But I would definitely support what Commissioner Wellner said, is that any engrossment proposed by our commission would encourage the dedication to be required, no matter what. I think there is maybe staff could say their opinion. If, let's say, you have a 120-foot deep lot, and to get that minimum right-of-way width that the city needs, you have to dedicate 10 feet. Would the county entertain a road easement of 10 feet as opposed to a dedication of 10 feet, so that the owner could retain that 10 feet as part of their parent lot total square foot count? Or would the county say, no, we really want it fully dedicated, we don't like this road easement garbage?
I think, and I forget how we addressed it in the staff report, but Commissioner Wellner did bring up the easement question before. So I think that's something, we certainly allow easements for the sidewalk and most new subdivisions, it seems like it's built. So that's something I think we would certainly encourage and allow in the ordinance. We would have to look at the wording. Part of this is doing this stuff through a type 1 process where it's as clear and clear and objective as possible. So the establishing where the easement is and the language for the easement and all of that, we'd have to make sure that was clear in the ordinance, and you could go through a type 1 process to get it. But I think it's something that we'd be supportive of.
Vice Chair Dye?
Commissioner Wellner's hand was up.
Okay. Commissioner Wellner, you're muted. Yeah.
Andy, can you give some description? So somebody tears down a house, there's no sidewalk or dedication requirement. What's their process going to be for pulling a permit and building a triplex versus somebody tears down a house, now they have to go build sidewalk. What's their process look like? How long is that going to take? Because I think it's going to be dramatically different, and I think it would be helpful for everybody to hear.
Would you explain your two different examples again?
So one example is you don't have to build sidewalk, and one example is you do. So, I mean, obviously, if you're going to go build a public improvement, then there's a process for that. How long does that take? What's the cost? Who do you have to hire? Versus if you're not building that public improvement, if you're just literally pulling a permit to go build a new triplex, what's that look like?
So yeah, there is a process. You need a right-of-way permit after you dedicate the right-of-way. You need a facility permit, which essentially you need to engineer whatever improvement you're doing, if it's a sidewalk. I'm not sure on just a sidewalk, whether we have an assurance process or not. Probably do of some sort. So it certainly isn't uncomplicated. Does it? And depending on the timing of it, that can be an issue. If you're ready to get going and this is holding up your construction because you have to have all your plans assured and everything like that, that can be an issue too. So, I mean, it all depends on, as you know, the site. Every site is different. Sometimes the designs are easy, sometimes they're hard. How it integrates with the existing infrastructure can always be an issue.
It does, but what's missing is that you're adding a 4 to 6 month process to building that house. And what you're also doing is you're building impervious surface, and that needs to be treated and likely detained in some kind of a facility. If you're just building a house, you might be able to do that with some kind of a rain garden or something on site where you're just treating the roof drains. But as soon as you go build a sidewalk and create that additional impervious area, it's going to up the requirements dramatically for the amount of stormwater treatment and detention potentially that you need to provide. And as Commissioner Will pointed out earlier, once you're picking all that up, you have to take it someplace. And if you don't have a storm system in front of you, now you're running 100, 200 lineal foot of storm pipe down the street. All of that just made your 3-plex or 4-plex unbuildable.
So I'm not sure. I think, Ms. Kelly, you were wanting to say something.
I didn't realize I still had my hand up. It was actually about the easement issue. So if you're beyond that, I'll just lower my hand.
Okay. And no hands up. There used to be a couple. Vice Chair Dye.
This is feeling like I'm about to lose my sidewalks, and I just want to figure out a way that we can come up with a solution where we are providing safe passage and a way in which we are providing accessibility in places where we are establishing new homes. And just to kind of go back to Commissioner Milliman's question about, where do sidewalks come from? I spent time on the ERMDAC prior to joining the Planning Commission, and we had lots of great projects that we were able to fund, but triple that number that we couldn't even touch, and neighborhoods that still remain unconnected, and places that we still don't have safe passage and no connectability, and children still walking in the street because there's no sidewalk. And so I don't want, there to be an illusion that, this some other thing will come in and take the place of this and will make this happen, because as of right now, we've not been able to do that in the county. Since 2011, they funded 62 projects for improvement. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket when we start to look at the multitude of projects that need to be completed and the streets that need to be connected and the sidewalks that need to be implemented. And so I don't want to be on the side of, of not being able to solve a problem because we want to either get through this tonight or this is the cheapest way to go, when in reality, this is a problem that exists and I need to feel like I've done something to fix it. So if the other commissioners want to come up with a solution that doesn't make me feel like I have fallen on the sword and given up safe passage for my 4-year-old, then let's do that. But otherwise, it's sounding like we're not coming to a place to where we're able to figure out how to maintain some kind of a sidewalk provision as we advance this conversation.
Commissioner Milliman.
I'm curious to hear what Ms. Kelly had to say about the easement, because I do take the point that that's the most expensive thing, and I think that we should prioritize that, if not the sidewalk. And it gets us at least part of where we're going to require a place for a sidewalk when people make improvements.
I was just going to say that of the right-of-way determination that we applied to each road classification, Andy was instrumental in arriving at a very clear and objective right-of-way width that we could require, because the state requires us to have clear and objective standards for housing now. But it's not necessarily the amount that will be required for the actual road improvements. It's an amount that will certainly help, but it may not be as wide as the ultimate road width needs to be with the improvements. And while sidewalk could ultimately be in an easement, only sidewalk of the improvements, we don't really know what the ultimate road width is going to be right now, because we don't always know the subclassifications of the streets, the local streets, how they're going to turn out over time and what's going to be required. So arriving at how much easement to allow that's clear and objective that will include a sidewalk is very, I can't see a way, I guess I should say right now, to make that a clear and objective requirement that would actually end up with sidewalk in it someday. So it's certainly something we can consider, but I'm not sure it's possible.
Did you have a follow-up, Commissioner Milliman?
I guess I wanted to say that makes lots of sense, but that's probably the best compromise I could come up with, is make sure there's a place for a sidewalk if you don't install it, because a solid point that you're not going to get that property back. I agree, language is complicated and you can't forecast where the sidewalk would necessarily end up. But I think there are some circumstances where you could. So if there's anything that gets us closer to that, that's where I would want to go.
And normally it would be in the right-of-way, which is part of the reason to require right-of-way. But in some cases, it does need to extend beyond the right-of-way into an easement.
I think Commissioner Wellner was next. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm only to say I don't think this is a all or none equation. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of projects that do end up, because I think a lot of this is going to be done as fee simple. I think a lot of subsequent land divisions are going to be done, and it's going to trigger sidewalk and curb and frontage improvements. And I'm not opposed to sidewalk. In fact, I love living in a neighborhood with sidewalk. I think it really finishes it off, and it creates an area for people to connect, and there's tons of positives. But we're talking about the biggest impact being on the smallest projects. And a lot of that impact is process and cost. And a lot of that process and cost comes from the county itself. I don't know how to fix that other than a plan that would come from the county to fix it. I don't think we as a planning commission can say, okay, we want sidewalk, but we want you to streamline the process and take out all of your process to get it. That would have to come from a plan that staff really developed and said, here's a happy medium that we think will solve the problem. I think we should have sidewalk everywhere, but I think that the requirement as drafted by staff is going to get in the way of a lot of housing, which is what the purpose of HB 2001 is in the first place.
Commissioner Petrullo.
Going back to the slide that, sorry, hearing an echo. Maybe not. Going back to the slides that were provided, or I don't need to see them. I'm just saying, I'm reading from one. It says, state limits local middle housing standards to those that do not discourage middle housing through unreasonable cost or delay when it's applicable to single detached dwelling. On the smaller scope projects, by requiring requiring sidewalk improvements and easements, I think violates that. And then I'm just wondering. So that's one. Two is there is an exaction going on, right? The county's exacting the right of way in return. It's a. We talked about Measure 49 before, but there's also the issue of rough proportionality here. If a single detached dwelling within an existing community is doing an infill, which is what I think one of the intents of the House bill is, then adding this standard is one, I think, exceeding what's required, what's allowed under the state law, under the bill. And two is entering into Nolan Dolan territory where we're exacting something, and the rough proportionality has to be related to what's the additional public impact on the public infrastructure of an infill. And let's say in a neighborhood where there are no sidewalks, well, the nexus starts becoming difficult to make, and it starts becoming, for the smaller scope projects that are within for existing communities, I just don't think there should be a sidewalk standard, even though it's a public good. Again, the priority is the goals of HB 2001.
Commissioner Wells.
I have a couple of clarifications I want to ask staff for. The staff mentioned in the county there are lots of different classifications of streets, and each of those streets have different widths. And so a given width from the center line to the back of the right-of-way might be 25 feet. Another one might be 60 feet or 40 feet. Is it correct, my first question, that the amount that the middle housing ordinance would require the owner to dedicate in some cases won't be the full amount of their street classification that they're in front of?
Yes, this is true.
And so the sidewalk on a normal street section is the thing farthest from the center line. And so if they're not required to dedicate all of that area, they're only required to dedicate, let's say, 10 feet of the needed 20 feet. but they're also required to put a sidewalk in. Technically, they might build a sidewalk out in the middle of the future full build out. So you'll have sidewalks that won't be, where they're supposed to be. They'll be out in the parking area. Is that correct?
I think that's pretty unlikely. We have a little, that it wouldn't be that dramatic. It might be off by a few feet on a local street, but I don't think it would be where we would be off by 10 feet. I mean, the standard, we have in the ordinance, it's based on a 50-foot right-of-way, which is sort of the standard local street. And so the sidewalk would be at the edge of that 50 feet. Okay. In theory. And, if we had money to go in and do a project, well, and we didn't have right away, every project is different, and it's kind of balances that what can you live with. And sometimes you narrow the street down because you don't want to buy it right away. And sometimes you got plenty. So every street is different.
The second question I had for clarification was, if the planning commission recommended engrossment to require a fee in lieu paid, is there a process already, like a fund, and the city would just, oh yeah, no problem, we'll put the money right here and we'll use it? Or is that beyond the capacity of this ordinance to create this process for using a fee in lieu fund to make sidewalks later?
I don't have the language in front of me, and maybe Ann does, but we do in the current ordinance. One of the exemptions is paying into a fee in lieu if such a program is established by the Board of Commissioners. So right now there isn't a sidewalk fee in lieu program that they've established. And I think there's a lot involved in that in terms of how you would determine the fee, what the rules would be for spending the money. It could get complicated quick. So I think staff's intent was fee in lieu is a good idea. Doing it on an ad hoc basis and not part of a larger program, I think we're concerned about, because it's the program that allows the money to be spent efficiently, I think.
Yeah, so that if we did anything about fee in lieu, because I know Vice Chair Dye talked about the programs he's involved with, and there's the Safe Routes to School and other programs out there that they're not run by the county necessarily. The county would might need to partner with them, but so there's no program set up if we included that in an alternative. But there is language in existing to encourage them to set it up if they felt it was a good idea.
In the existing ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And to what extent does staff feel that the way it's currently written, how you mentioned how you might need 25 foot of dedication, but the ordinance only requires 15 feet of dedication. So is there any value in encouraging people to dedicate the rest, or is that not much value? Like if you dedicate the full 25 instead of just the 15 that the ordinance requires, then you can get out of your sidewalk.
Well, setting that up in a clear and objective way is, I think, somewhat challenging. And again, I think the problem with the right-of-way dedication, getting it wrong, increases with the higher ranking streets. So the few people who happen to have residential property along an arterial that hasn't been built yet, well, that's a place that we know we're probably going to get wrong, because especially over the past 10, 15 years, the big variability is how do you deal with bicycles, and there's all sorts of different bike treatments and they have different widths. So on the arterial streets, we know would probably be wrong. On the local streets, I think we're probably going to be pretty close, and that's probably where most of the middle housing will show up.
But if you build if you build middle housing on an arterial street, the way the ordinance is currently written, you have to dedicate a little bit of land, probably not enough, and you have to build a sidewalk in it. So that's where the sidewalk will be out in the middle of the lane, future bike lane.
Potentially, or we would just choose to monkey the design around. You know, a lot of times you kind of, well, there's an existing situation. What's the marginal cost to take care of it? And is there enough benefit to do that? So,
okay. Thanks for clarifying those things.
Ms. Kelly, did you want to add on
No,
that?
I'm sorry. I had my hand up. I'd like to be recognized. I don't.
Please go ahead.
A matter of personal privilege here. We're at 4 hours. We're not making progress. For me to be perfectly clear and objective, I can't go much further. So I'm going to be signing off here in a few minutes. I would really recommend that we postpone this. Perhaps it's just me. I have a 7 o'clock meeting in the morning. And some of this is really starting just to turn into a fog in my head right now. So I'm going to give it this, another 5 minutes, but I'm going to have to sign off after that.
So my impression is that we've kind of got a whole cluster of issues here, and there might be something in there, something fairly limited that we could act on, but otherwise I do feel that maybe we need more to just table this and address it another time. Mr. Beck.
Well, I don't know if we'll get there tonight, but I have heard at least sense body language that folks are more in favor of right-of-way dedication and or easement dedication than actually constructing the sidewalk. And also it seems like there's some interest in the fee in lieu. And so if there's sort of a head nod there and you don't want to take action, those are the things that we can kind of focus on in the staff report if in fact you kind of come back on the 30th.
That sounds good to me. Do other people have comments? Commissioner Wellner.
I'd be supportive of that approach, with the caveat that I do think that there was some clarity that needed to be brought, one, to the use of an easement, like we already do in lieu of providing right of way for the sidewalk and planter strip, and two, clarification in the code that when you do dedicate, I understood staff's response that you start with the gross area, but it's going to be to determine what that when you submit a land use request, you're submitting it with the 7,000 square foot lot that I have today, and that you're not submitting it with the 7,000 square foot lot less 1,000 square foot of right of way coming out of it. But I think it would be helpful for that to be really clear in the code, because from a current planning perspective, it might be difficult for them to circle back and understand that was once a 7,000 square foot lot. It might get misconstrued down the road, and the new way of doing things might be not what the intent was initially. So I think we're on the same page on that issue. I think it would just be helpful for it to be clear in the code.
I'm not seeing any other hands up. Commissioner Wellner.
Thank you, Chair Lockwood. One more clarification for staff. Currently, like when you do a subdivision, you also have to dedicate a 10-foot public utility easement at the back of the right-of-way along all street frontages.
8 foot.
Does this require any dedication of public utility easements in addition to the deeding of right-of-way or granting of an easement for the sidewalk and road? Do you have to have a PUE for public utilities in addition or not?
I think that is in the survey, the statutes for surveys and plats. We don't necessarily require the utility easement as part of a land use action.
if it's not a land division, if it's just a middle housing plex, there's no land division, so you don't have to dedicate it.
There wouldn't be a plat. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I can look at how we do that now, but I don't think that it comes from land use code. I think it's worked out with the utilities. But with the middle housing land division, SB 458 does require that all easements that are needed be on the plat.
And we haven't specified that in the ordinance is filed, so I don't think we could get it.
Vice Chair Dye.
And I would just ask that we just respect Commissioner.
Oh no, you'll still have quorum. It's just.
Well, listen. You didn't speak for yourself.
Okay. My cat's speaking too about it. I'm trying to drop the hint here with my cat's meow.
We almost got there, and all of a sudden we started to deliberate, and then we started to get into the weeds again. That's correct. So if there is a way that we can extract ourselves enough that we can close this out, and everyone who's going to come back on the 30th can jump back into all the weed they want to, for the sake of us who need to get up in the morning and do this all over again, can we find a way to end this now?
Well, I think I can say those words and say, it seems like we're ready to adjourn for tonight and let staff work on a few more items to bring to us that we can add to our thinking about sidewalks and right-of-way for the 30th. According to our agenda, I need to ask if there are any Planning Commission communications. That's Commissioner Will.
I just want to remind everybody to who may have got the email about your Oregon Government Ethics Commission form to go do that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I just want to thank staff for being as patient as they have been. And I realize that none of you all are going to be getting overtime for this, but you worked as if you did. And I certainly appreciate you being here to answer all these questions and to help us figure it out. For the other commissioners that know that I more than likely will not be here, I appreciate you hearing what I was trying to get to, and it sounds like I was heard, and that I hope that you all can work the next time to work in the spirit of that and to get to some solution where it feels like there was, those being heard. And then the final thing I want to say is this is not a personal attack on anyone, and this is just kind of a point of learning, is that I did hear someone use the term grandfathering, and that's a term that I'm hoping that we're starting to back away from, because there are ways that we can talk about legacy projects and things that were pre-existing and things that were pre-approved. And just as the obvious example, my proverbial grandfather would not have been allowed to own land in Oregon. And I want to just remind everyone that, yes, I am old enough / young enough for that to be the truth. And that, terms like that do have meanings that can cut with both sides of the sword. And so I appreciate you hearing that out. And again, this was not a personal aside to anyone, but I just felt like I needed to give voice to that.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Milliman.
Hey, that was totally me, and I was not aware of the history of that term, and I appreciate you mentioning it and giving me an alternative, so thanks.
Any other communications?
Valentino, do you have anything?
Chair Lockwood, I believe that grandfathering might be in the ordinances or in the code somewhere, so staff can maybe do a word search and find out if that could be wordsmithed. Yeah, that was. I just wanted to confirm it's a 6:30 on the 30th.
It's an evening meeting, correct? Yeah.
And you should have received an invite. If you haven't received that yet, it will be coming shortly.
Yeah, I received it today. We'll Well, thank you all for very interesting discussion. And without objection, we are adjourned. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Night.
Yeah.
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 Night.